Oh, I don't know why every time I start the stream, I end up realizing I've done something wrong that I should have remedied before I started the stream, but no. Whoops. But here we are. I still have my spinning slug ally. Ship's captured, right? On the right game, right? Just making sure. Sorry. Yeah, or get grit gate. Sorry, my voice sounds weird to me. I'm gonna clear my throat. See if that helps. Mm-hmm. Oh. Excuse me? Oh, there we go. Be gone, Wayfarer. This is no place for you. Yeah, I just got here. For the first time. This is the first time I've ever been to Greek Gate. Usually I don't play the main story because I heard it's very difficult. Because it sends you to, I believe it's called Golgotha, which I hear is an easy place to die. So I usually just like explore the overworld. By the time I get sent to Greek Gate by Argive. By the way of Joppa. Yeah, let's wait. My name is Calvin. I bring a message from Argive of Joppa. Okay, I finished the step. A slot opens from the center and a metal tray slides out. Place disc in tray. Several minutes pass. So it seems that you are indeed Argive's apprentice. He wishes you to study with us. Unfortunately, we require more than a willing spirit. Cut is not Joppa. You will need to prove your worth, and that you might not waste our time and effort. Travel to the Great Cavern. Yep, they're sending me to Golgotha. Fuck's sake. Within its halls, you will find a cache of dysfunctional way droids. Recover one, repair it, and return here. If we are satisfied with your work, you will be admitted to our order. Otherwise, you will not be. You accept this arrangement. Fuck's sake. Accept quest. Level-based reward. Fine, why not? Stamped data disk. More than a willing spirit. I hope it's the level based reward. Bonus reward for completing this by level 20. Okay, I need to look this up because I don't know if it wants me to do this before or after I do these levels. More than a willing spirit. I don't know why I want to, but it's just the wording confuses me. It's blah blah blah. Okay, rewards. So if my level is okay, so I want to do this. So I want to do this quest. Oh god. So I can't level up. If I level up, I will get less rewards. But I'm not gonna worry about that. Okay, but I just wanted to verify if it was below or above a threshold. And so I'm not gonna get the special rewards, but whatever. I'm not too fussed. Hopefully, it isn't something that you can never find a second. Hopefully, not something that you can never find a Purposes of trade. Then enter, then travel. Okay, so I can enter. The purposes of trade. Yeah, it's not on my me. They'll probably kill me. Mafio. Welcome to Gritgate, Delver. Care to enhance the quality of your stay with a wise purchase? I've been tasked to travel to Golgotha. My condolences to your sense of smell. Oh, it's gonna smell like shit. Golgotha is an execrable. Execrable? Execrable. Is that how you pronounce that word? Sorry. Every time I come across a new word in this game, which, might be not a real word, or a word that it's just never been used by anybody I've ever seen. Execrable. Execrable. Sorry. I'll shut up now. I say shut up. I will continue to read, place in more ways than one. And I would advise you not to visit the place without a healthy stock of yuck meat and honey. If you can cook a meal with yuck meat, may banish Hades. Yuck meat. If you can cook a meal with yuck meat, yuck wheat, may banish a disease before it comes into its own. Bring salves or herb berries to. Okay, so herb berries are some form of healing item. Okay, that's good to know. Herb berries too, and mind your feet in the cloaca. What is this place? Why, this place is gate. Oh, the vaulted halls, the glint of chrome, the gentle hum of chain turn place. I don't like those sounds. That's the sound I'm gonna die. There's nowhere like Gate in the whole whole of Cud. And I've journeyed in my comparatively short time, and I always return here. The very air buzzes with knowledge, and as well as a few other things. What kind of creature are you? You're called the Urashib, friend. Or kind of, I was gonna say very smart bears. my brain loves to finish sentences before I'm actually reading them myself. Are kind of smarter than the average bear, sharper too, and a bit more handy. Okay, what wares do you sell? Oh, I sell whatever sundries that meet my standards of quality. With some measure of curation, I try to ensure that my shelves carry a bit of many things. But you can count on finding more than enough ammunition and a few recoilers that can lead you back here in difficult times. If you have anything in need of identification or repair, I could take care of that for you for a few drams as well. Okay, trade. Okay, for a second after the game crashed. Small stone. These might be anti or negative weight orbs. I think. I think that's what what they look like when they're unidentified. What the fuck? Pickaxe. Its head is a shard of fluorite. Pointed on one end and flat on the other. Its handle is a pole of fiberglass. I guess this is a weapon. We'll take it because that sounds useful. Useful in the caves of Cud. Bright metal is polished to a ghost shine. Streaks of shaded blue show where the blade was carbon folded on the forge. I just wanted to read the material. Alright, yeah. Damn. We'll never want for ammo again. I can sure as shit tell you that. Whoa. Let's get rid of these iron battle axes. We'll hopefully get something better. Get rid of these broken materials. We'll eventually be able to, I say eventually, someday in the far-flung future, we'll be able to break these down. Huh. Oh yeah, I also have my, I need to trade with my slug friend. Give items, and by trade, I mean take literally everything they have. Hey dude, I'm overburdened. Could you buy my shit? Okay, this please, this please. Fresh and full. Yeah, these will definitely be kept in my person. Will I find a better use for them? Well, the meat, it doesn't appear to rot. Otherwise, it would have been rotted by now. I believe I can get rid of this. Which would bark is still useful. You could take my hammers. Yeah, you can take my hammers. This. Droid Scrambler. Just for the record. Yeah. Man, I looked at the inflated price for having low eco of that ape build, and it actually blew my mind. I was like, "Damn, am I actually getting all this money?" No, it's just because people hate me because I'm in low ego. Wait. Oh, okay, so that's probably something I should keep around. Hmm. Mm-hmm. Let's get rid of that. Yeah, honestly, that's everything. Let me just double and triple check. Yeah, because I really want to keep the meat for when I eventually regain the ability to cook. All right, friend. I once more require the needs of your inventory. So you can take all these raw materials, these raw food stuffs that are probably heavier. You can take. There we go. You can take these full full water skins. It's also risky because if they die, I'm gonna have to pick all this stuff up for myself. But what's it? What is this? Chain laser emplacement. 3 steel barrels fit together into. Sorry, I need to catch my breath. Into an arc-edged triangle of luminous ritualism. Sorry. They sit on a servo-articulated base mount. Contains wiring enabling it to function as a part of a power grid consuming electrical charge. It's equipped with, assumedly, the gun. Okay, is there anything? Um, then I do who technically have 200 money. Yeah, everything's more expensive, so I shouldn't even be looking at people's inventories unless it's something that I can afford. And wait, can I go through this door here? Is it? Yeah, it's locked. Just time to. Wait, what? Oh yeah, because I forgot the acid. Just absolute shitloads of acid. Yes, I know I'm covered in that. Okay, this is the main flaw with our slug friend is that they basically leak acid everywhere. They might even bleed acid. I don't know. I guess. Golgotha. Shrouded in the rotting jungle are the mouths of the rust caves of Golgotha, Chrome's graveyard. This is gonna be hell. Gonna be might of hell. This is the first time in Golgotha. Travel to Golgotha. Up the quest to more than a willing spirit. God, I am so gonna die, aren't I? Oh, man. Whoever decided that they would make a. Yeah, this is. Slimy shaft, a wide, dark shaft whose chrome walls are coated with stinking, viscous scum. You hear splashing and the drone of conveyor belts below. Yeah, this would be a bad idea. I have no way of knowing how far I would fall, and the potential to fall into just an abyss surrounded by enemies. Too damn high. Wait, so can I? Oh, apparently, I can punch with my glow spear. Can I equip? Tools. You have gained the ability to dig. Dig. Automatically dig from your present position to the designated location. Okay. What a novel concept. Oh. Yeah, I'm good game. Alright. So that's what that does. Okay, so I now understand the power of the pick. Where would it automatically put it? Okay, it would trade out my utility slot. Well, it would trade out one of my weapons for it. Okay, understood. Freaking stood. I understand. Okay. Deep shaft. Darkness flows from the empty space. Yeah. Do not jump down deep shafts in any context in this game. It's a great way to get like the difficulty, basically difficulty spikes as you go down floors. In any sense. So use stairs. Use stairs or you're probably gonna die. Is my advice. Okay, that's a a bloated leech. This huge bloated leech's skin is taut. Its insides full of drained blood. It is actually probably worth. Yeah, it's worth enough experience that I wanted to kill it. It's well, the leeches are also worth a nice bit of experience. Yes. Oh God! I just stepped down. God damn it. Oh, apparently I'm just in the. That might actually be the way down. Okay, blackjack. Okay, let's look at this. This animate sack of black ooze rolls along the floor through the thin membrane that keeps it from spilling out of itself. You spot a shoal of eels. There's something alive in the slime. That actually creeps me the hell out. Actually, pretty. Okay, that was dangerous. That was without a doubt dangerous. Okay, what the heck is this? Steaming vent. Wisps of steam coil out of several vertical vents cut from tarnished chrome. Be very careful you do not end up like being forced into like whatever meat grinder is. Apparently I'm new. Oh, they're docile. I was like, man, why am I neutral with all these droids? A droid who shares the stature and girth of a short, rotund man. Their hull is covered in verdigris? Verdigris? Ah. And for limbs, they bear a broad shovel and a hacksaw. Okay, so this would force me farther down. Oh God, what the hell is this? Eggle maggot. Bloated pustules of noxious gas quilt the abdomen of this writhing, pallid maggot. What the fuck? Okay, flame jets. That's what that does. Okay, let's Oh, I did not mean to attack. I just wanted to make camp and whip myself up a meal. Apparently I got a chameleon horn from somewhere. Okay, very careful. Okay, I don't know the structure of this area. I guess I have to go down more. What in the hell are you? Agglefly, bristling with coarse, Odious stalks of Gersh hair is the thorax of this gigantic fly. Its thousand eyes reflect your image in a color of rust, and from within its mouth an eerie, jaundiced light glows. Eerie energy. It's equipped with eerie energy. It's giving me bad vibes. Damn it. Oh, sore throat. Oh god, I'm probably already like getting poisoned and everything. I probably got like sore throat. Oh, that's not a good sign. Not a good sign at all. You hostile to me? Okay, that's. God, I just wanna. I just wanna be able to reset a flurry. Nice, yeah. With all my limbs, I can hit it so many times. Okay, let's patiently wait till I am fully healed. Bum, 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 bum. And I stepped into the gym. Damn it. I don't know how to get out of this place once I get in. Is the main issue. Can I break you? Oh, you'll just continue to continue working. Yeah, it works. Oh no, maybe. Okay, it is definitely not advisable to have your slug friends spit acid on conveyor belts. Note to self. Yeah, I'm just murdering this thing to check to see. Stiff legs. Yeah, I am. Yeah, I'm definitely in a bad way. Holy, how much HP does this thing have? Let's just. Oh my god, I love the graphic of like this the acid slowly being whisked away. Oh, a quillipede. Yeah, I've seen these things before. This arthropod, this arthropod undulates forward on hundreds of skittering legs. Tiny needle-pointed quills jut out from between plates of chitin along its protracted body. Yeah, it's a quill monster. Okay, let me make sure I'm targeting you. Let's make sure I'm. Oh god, that's a driller. A drill bot, and it's hostile to me. Oh, what? So it's defensive stance. Well, you're. I don't know. Let's move back and start shooting this guy. He should be slowed down by the conveyors, and it does. It gives him 300 experience. That's not bad. Oh god, what the hell did I shoot? That's why you gotta be careful. Yeah. Whoops. I should not be picking up stuff like this. Yeah, I don't think I can butcher it. Oh crap! Oh shoot, crab. With a shell no larger with a shell no larger than a human fist, this crab scuttles through a vent curiously suited to the dimensions of its figure. Often accompanied by dozens of its ghastly cousins, the jittering decapod means to devour all living matter it passes over. It's a swarmer. Uh, I've seen these things outside of Golgotha. Tiny scratches cover the metal strip that rest between several horizontal vents cut from the tarnished chrome. Yeah, I believe that's where they spawn. And I believe they come out infinitely. Or, well, within reason infinitely. And they do not provide experience, or at least not experience at my level. Allow climb. Oh, okay. That might have opened all those doors. Shaft, just avoid that. I don't know how I get out of here. I don't know what to do about my sore throat. No effects. Oh god, that's, yeah, swollen tongue. It's a sign we get. I believe it's called glut rot. Basically, our tongue's gonna start falling out of our mouth eventually, and I don't have a cure for that. I don't have a cure for losing my tongue. Explosive gas. I believe our friend is still murdering, whatever you want to call it. The oh no. So, sludgy voider. This three-spanned, rust-hued arachnid is so named for its instinctual ability to displace those who threaten it by folding space in the local area. Yeah, I believe it teleports you. Let's start releasing sleep gas, and it teleported me. And it teleported me right to the next floor. Please, I do not want to go down right now. Friend is dead. So, not good. I need to I don't even know where they died, so that's they were kind of my saving grace, so I might be screwed. So what is this? Brown sludge or black sludge? Okay, it's brown gel. An animate sack of brown sludge rolls along the floor through the thin membrane that keeps it from spilling. Okay, it's the same thing as the other gel, except different color. Hey, shoot crab. Heck are you? Sludgy suageal. The skin of this sly fish is slick and diaphanous. Diaphanous? It writhes around Golgotha's fetid poles unseen, wrapping itself around the legs of hapless trudgers and drawing them into the gunk. Basically, this is one of the things that was inside those, I assume, anyways. But yeah, God, what the heck are you? Ristachin. Its shell is the color of air-sucked iron. It waves a monstrous claw in hostility, and blood-crusted rust flakes are shaken free from their serrated home. It rusts you like kudzu. All right, you want to launch a flurry? Well, I can do that too. And I hit it quite a few times. And let's go a sting. Oh god, I am so screwed. I need to sprint. I need to find a place I can be safe so I can start healing myself. What can I even do? Am I poisoned? Why are my legs stiff? Legs ache at the joints. Waiting. Oh god. What does Wonder Cane do? I don't know. Lover's Blossom. Don't know. Don't know. Sorry, I'm just actually freaking out. Salve Injector, go. Okay, there's another rust, or not a rust crab, a shoot crab. Oh yeah, oh my god, I'm hiding in a corner that they pop out of. I'm not gonna. Sorry, I just paused to make sure my surroundings aren't gonna get me killed. Let's apply. Immune physiologically reacts adverse to the tonic. You cannot see. Your mind cracks as a bell struck by a hammer. The tingling fades. It's what? I think it's already over. I think the side effect is already over, which is fortunate. Oh god, there's so many. I need to like. Can I have sprint? Is my sprint back up? Damn, no. Hell no. I need to find my way home, but I don't know where I fucking am. Oh, what the hell just shot me? Alright. Yeah, I'm basically just finding a corner to, yep, sore throat. Basically, I'm bleeding. My tongue's falling out of my mouth. I'll figure out the cure for that later. I should sit down to get money. Yeah. Yeah, this is probably letting more of those things spawn, but what honest to God choice do I have? Sorry if I'm really quiet. I'm just like actually completely lost. Oh, lost for what to do. I mean, it wouldn't be so bad if I even got like one experience for each kill of these things. Okay, let's do another self injector. Just yeah. Okay, so I can't see. Let's just keep moving into the darkness. Okay, I actually just okay. I can see it again. Oh man, can I sprint yet? Oh my god, I can't. I'm stuck. Okay, sprint, please. Okay, so I cannot, in fact, go this way. Don't mind me. I'm just trying to. Okay, okay, okay. Um. Oh god, I'm completely lost for what to do. I'm just gonna slam down an Uber Nostrum injector, torrent of life, and I'm dead. Shoot. Yep, that's my first death in Golgotha. I'm gonna rename the stream. Alright, there we go. But yeah. Sad. Very sad. Okay, so the question is what do I want as a mental... I could get proselytize and stack followers. Catalyst. Don't really need gun. God, I like how you can still hear the sounds of Golgotha. Right. You know what? This is let's just go with Pilgrim because I like its just because I like its appearance the most. Okay, so but we're not gonna go Esper because I don't think Esper has. Yeah. It okay. So Chimera gives you like an actual benefit, but Esper just can't. Just removes the ability to get physical mutations, which isn't worth it for me personally, anyways. So let's start with mental defects. Socially repugnant, no. Like jitters, actually, yeah. Same. I mentioned this earlier, but the reason I really like quantum jitters is because it's basically a free random ability. You know, you have no control over it, but it can potentially get you out of some rough situations. And let us look. Okay, so there's two things that I want more than anything. I want beguiling. You beguile a nearby creature into serving you loyally. Mental attack versus a creature with a mind successful mutation rank or ego mod, whichever is higher, plus character level plus 1d. You know, just numbers. Range 1, beguiled creatures have plus 5 hit points, and it's permanent. And then domination. You corrode an adjacent creature's mind and control its actions while your own body lies dormant. Once again, you know, attacks up duration 200 France. You can do a lot when you have something dominated, and usually I rely on dominate to dominate my allies so I can look into their character sheet and level them up, essentially. Shield willpower. Augment one physical attribute, but nah. It's very useful. You can if you if you have a lot of cooldown, like through mass mind, you could potentially use ego projection to ego project your abilities multiple times in a short span and result in like, you know, just an insane amount of like mostly HP. You mostly do it to like increase your durability in some form or another. And this is mass mind, which I just don't touch because I'm afraid of it. I fear the mass mind. Sunder the mind. You sunder the mind, leaving them really in pain. Last time I used this, it damaged you at the same time. So the question is, what do I want? Telepathy. I never use it. Um, since I get to sense the other mental mutations through the psychic aether. You detect the presence of psychic enemies within a radius of 3. There's a chance you identify detected enemies. Honestly, useful. Because the ability to know when an enemy either has mental mutations, like just because like you're just walking into an enemy, or knowing that psychic mutations are very powerful. So I am always very wary, and for the same reason, mental mirror just to protect myself. Teleport others, very useful. I mean, we saw the effect by it being used on us. And the question is what do I think I'm going to take Night Vision as a physical mutation just because it is very useful. Light a small fire with your mind. I think there's a way to use Kindle to very good effect, but eh. You know what? I'm actually going to take Telepathy. Is that what I want to do? Is there any other 1-tier mutations that I want to look at first? Yeah, let's go thick for. It will raise apes, baboons, bears, and grazing hedonists uh, reputation with us and give us some temperature resistance. It's better than telepathy because it otherwise doesn't. But basically, I wanted to take a one cost mutation, so we don't get it when we spend 4 mutant points. But yes, so as a psychic, or well, as a mental, and I'm just putting everything up to 17 to the point where putting more points into it would cost more. Oh, well, I can put one more point before it starts costing more. Like here. But we want ego and we want willpower because this will reduce our cooldowns. Everything else is important. Like I like to keep everything even like this, well, even, um, because we'll get random. I mean, you can tell by whenever I looked at my abilities before is that you'll randomly gain, or not randomly gain, but you'll get at certain levels you'll gain +1 to everything. But the thing about a psychic is that you don't want your ego to go up too fast, because if it goes up too fast, you'll get Psychic Glimmer, and the Psychic Glimmer will cause psychic characters to come hunt you down because they want what you have. They want to take your mind for themselves. So you don't want to have your ego shoot up too quickly, which is essentially why I have willpower above ego right now. We can potentially gain, at least from what I remember, infinite ego. So there's no rush to upping our ego. In fact, if I really wanted to, I could take a slice of humble pie, which is a thing in this game to reduce your ego. But I could take a slice of humble pie and tank our ego, but I'll leave it at 18. And this is a character Pilgrim, just because I like the Wanderer sort of aesthetic that it has. And yeah, Quantum Jitterers, which potentially may open up rifts next to me, but I'm okay with that. And let's start a Joppa. Just because otherwise I would have to go to Joppa to start the main quest, which I'm hoping that we might be able to on one of these psychic runs to be able to. Oops, that's not what I meant to do. There's no point in me checking him. But wait. Do I not have any of my abilities mapped to my hotbar? Really? How do I? How to set hotbar Caves of Cub? Is that really like? Or is it? Yeah, it just does not give me anything. But let's go. See your enter map key. I like Beguile on 1, Dominate on 2, and Mental Mirrors. I'm pretty sure it's passive, so I don't even need to do that. I don't even have Sprint. What the heck? That is super strange. Body text? What? Oh, okay. But yeah, so let's talk to this guy, get the quest, and then The zealot of the 6 days still ogles you lovingly. That's Beguile at work, and then it will dominate him. Okay, he resists, so it's put on cooldown. But we'll do it again in a second. But chat, give item. Could I please have all of your stuff? Thank you. That is the main use. But basically, I want to dominate, or not dominate. Well, yeah, I want to dominate to check his base stats because people are just generated with random stats. So usually, once I start an Esper, not start an Esper, start any psychic run, I will basically go around and like mind control random humanoids until I find one that has an even spread of stats, so I can start them as my meat shield. They're gonna be my grunt, and I am going to evolve them as a frontliner. Gotta be careful that cat doesn't get me killed, as it has quite a few times. Please come in. There we go. I got a few water skins. Also, I started with an illuminated book. This book is adorned with decorative marginalia. Oh god, that is a hard to pronounce word. Marginalia. Marginalia? Forget it. And illustrations. It's worth 30% more. So I think the golden text, the yellow text, indicates that these are not randomly generated books. Well, I'm not exactly interested in reading those right now. Tam, what do you think? Also, we have high ego, unlike before, so we can actually get like fair prices for some of my junk. Apparently, I had $2. Or I probably picked them up. Jam of acid, just pour one out for my my previous companion. Oh, well, look at this. Engraved with a with a scene from the life of an ancient sultan, Polyhim II. In 2765 BR, Polyhim II, Brian born, the desiccated wraith of Channel. God, such a what a title. Aristocracy of Siwan died of natural causes. She was 110 years old. Okay, that's a nugget of lore that we can use to hopefully barter. Let's I can throw some of my stuff into the ether to get some hopefully decent artifacts. Also, we have night vision, so we don't need any of this. Crusted. I just want to look to see what this is. Oh, I did not mean to equip a crusty loaf. Every autumn, many gulch dwellers hike to the stilt grants to purchase the fall wine. They return to their homes, step wheat bran in the wine, and leaven dough in their clay ovens. If you are luckier, fungus grove dwellers need only step outside to harvest yeast, and friends of the fungi only need to shake their yeast-ridden appendages. All right, let's Oh, apparently we have it in command. We have a bunch of stuff on a person. This item is engraved with a scene. Was seen from the life of the Sultan Rasef. After conferring with mysterious strangers, Rasef convinced them to help him found a harborage for the purpose of receiving visitors from across the clustered cosmos. They call it Starfarer's Quay. Oh, I've heard about this. It's interesting that I've got it like immediately, but yes, I do not want this in my. Let's oops, not this tab. Let's check this stuff. Okay, grenade, fixed foam. Okay, I'll keep the fixed foam, and we'll pour one out for my friend. Just They got me to Golgotha, I'll give them that. Oh yeah, can I dominate you now? Okay, so this is their inventory. Okay, they have a pretty good spread of stats, and they're level 1, which means they can level up just at the same rate I do, and we don't. I think we get the same amount of experience on kills, so you can mutate them, so you can totally go like ape shit, and they have skills, they have everything. This is basically a second character. That's why mental mutations is so powerful. Is that you could basically create two characters. You could have your, well, not full chimera, but you can have a second hybrid character, and they have nothing on their person but end domination, turn to my body, and they're still engage of style aggressive. Engage defensively only for now. I don't want because they're not exactly equipped for anything. Let's give you some grenades to satisfy your wanderlust. Okay, let's grab all this. Weird artifact. Spring turret grenade. What? Scissor-like hinges fold metal rods into a tight spear that's ready for isokinetic expansion on blast. So I guess this is like a throwable turret. Interesting, to say the least. It's oh, I didn't mean to chat. I meant to give item. Give you this woven tunic. Let's give you shoes. Let's give you a decor. Let's give them a torch just in case they can't see in the dark like we can. Is this a different equipment slot? I don't know. Oh, whoops. That didn't actually give them anything. Let's just give it both to them. Let's give them the arrows. Let's give them the torch, then the bronze dagger. That's about it. Let's look at you. You have, okay, so they should have, yeah, they have the woven tunic equipped, slender dagger equipped, and the wooden arrow equipped in their missile ammo slot. Perfect. So we're gonna have to find two sets of equipment, one for our meat shield and one for us. But yeah, I'm glad they had a good spread of stats to start with, because otherwise I'd have to go around killing or well, dominating all these vine farmers. Shrine depicts a significant life from the event. A significant event from the life of the ancient Sultan Polyhim II. While wandering around Karkapur, Polyhim II discovered Kamas. There she befriended Molus and fixed a satisfying meal. Okay. Let's see now a location on our map. Oh, did I actually speak to Mephet? Let's make sure I do that. Or Mephet, or however you pronounce his name. Or Mamet. Now I realize this is actually how you pronounce his name. Wait, I should check to see if I can buy anything from Tam that I need. The armor, the shoes. I did sell him my book, so I should have a nice amount. Nothing else. I'll also buy out all of his trade goods. Okay, nice. I'm probably going to avoid melee like the plague. So you can take my engraved staff for damn 10 10 drams, that is a significant amount of money. For just a staff, I mean, like, it's the power of having high ego, is that it really inflates all of your prices. Yeah, this is what I want. A musket, a gun, and they'll also... So I'll probably have my friend over here with their own set of equipment. Oh, whoops. I want to look at you. Not chat. Give item. Sorry, my brain is fried. They don't appear to be equipping the torch, so I'll just take it back from them. So they'll take all my arrows. I'll probably give them a nice bow if I find one. And everything they did not choose to equip, I will just sell to Tam. Sell this. I mean, yeah, why not? Just get it out of my inventory, please. Or not the Witchwood Bark. Actual madman. Alright, let's go through the Copper Caves, because I had, or not Copper Caves, the Rust Caves. Oh, apparently I immediately landed on a Tromad trader. Which means I can buy even more slugs. More arrows, more significantly powerful arrows. I won't mess with any of this, for the most part. Question is, what do I want to equip my companion with? I think I might have them do. I believe cudgels have a chance to stun, so that's what I will be equipping them with. Basically, they're just there to tank for me. It's pretty much all they will ever do. I'll actually sell this water skin with wine in it. I don't need that many water skins. And the wine is worth quite a pretty penny. Pretty dram, as the game says. And also crowd bandage. There we go. But yes, so do you give you this hammer? Okay, oh, so is he dual wielding right now? Yeah, he's wielding both weapons. Okay, that's fine. That's perfectly okay by me. You have anything? Nothing I want. Polaroid battle axe. God damn. A razor wedge of dusky metal was welded to a steel shaft. Yeah, that's probably one of the higher tier. Well, I mean, not higher tier, highest tier weapons. Oh god, what the hell are you doing, Glowcrow? You trying to get killed? Yeah, we should be good. I don't know why I'm walking up and punching things, but yeah. So let me just check. I don't really have any offense aside from my companion. I will actually, now that I've got them slightly well equipped, I will set them to being uh, engaging the enemy to provide a distraction for myself. I will actually be picking up like a lot of more random stuff than I normally would, because with the high ego that I'm aiming for, just about everything is going to be worth like several drams. Oh god, please don't tell me you're getting killed over there. What can I do? Oh, I can dominate the turtle. What? So I'm just gonna stand here and just gonna lead us away. End domination. Nice. And we got the experience for it. Basically, Dominate is really good if you can land it. You basically act as like you basically as assuming that you're not being attacked. So I should not be tanking this guy. Okay. Luckily, my ally was on top of their game. So let me check something. Okay, I can't use it obviously. All right, what do I want? Let's look at this. Each time you're terrified, you may sprint for 10 returns. Your hunger and thirst. You hunger and thirst at 1/6 the rate. Metabolic effects from meals last 6 times long. You no longer suffer penalty being famished. Not bad, I suppose. Yeah, we already have Mike's compass because we're a wayfarer. Hmm. I think I'm gonna want this to flinch away from missile attacks because missile attack. Okay, this is what I'm gonna be putting my ally into. Cudgels. Conk. You'll make an attack with a cudgel at an adjacent opponent. If you hit, you automatically you daze people. Tactics. I no longer receive a malice to my dodge chance for running. Because basically, I want to be as defensive as possible. So, can I shoot from here? Well, what's the range of this thing? Pretty far, apparently. I mean, it is a gun. It makes perfect sense. What does meditate do? We're already meditating. Okay. Oh, meditate. Meditating, you generate at thrice normal rate, and each round spent meditating counts as 3 rounds towards the duration of negative status effects. Meditation is broken if you take any action other than pass, take damage in a single round that exceeds willpower times 3 minus 60. Anytime you rest for 10 or more turns uninterrupted, you automatically begin meditating. Okay, okay, that makes sense. So basically, our waiting is more efficient. Nice. Just punching this turtle. Nice. Jewel encrusted iron reaper. That is probably worth quite a nice chunk. And in fact, I'll just pick up the furs itself. Man, I could probably pick up the dead bodies and sell it for like something. And that my merchants will eat it up because I'm so charismatic. See, even these cloth, like, random bits of cloth, clothing. Jewel encrusted iron reaper, nice. But yeah, I want to come over here and dominate this person. See, they're now level 3. So they don't start with anything, so they're technically weaker than what we are at the start. But I can begin teaching them in cudgels. In fact, let's look at their equipment. What does cudgel say? Okay, daze is on crit. Yeah, okay. So it is the stunning thing that I was assuming that it was. Okay, whenever you hit with a cudgel, there's a 50% chance to daze your enemy. If you daze a dazed opponent, they're stunned for 1 round instead. Cannot take actions and AV0. Backswing whenever you make a cudgel attack with your primary hand. There's a 25% chance you make an additional free attack with the same hand. I wonder if that stacks. I wonder if you can just like be ridiculous and just yeah. Acrobatics. So jump is there. Tactics. Basically, I want to add a bunch of passive effects because I don't know how reliably this guy will use abilities, and I'm gonna increase his toughness because keeping him being alive is very important. Okay, and apparently this Beguile does automatically. Sorry, my brain's fried. It does automatically increment as I increase my abilities. So right now it's 2. Currently they have 10 extra points. Next rank it'll be plus 15. Nice. And I'm just curious. Does this ever increase or decrease the cooldown, or do I have to like increase my willpower or something? I don't know. But I like Mental Mirror because it basically sends mental effects back at somebody else rather than on myself, and it protects me from them in general. And for me, at least, yeah, I think I'll increase toughness for now because I intend to be a very tanky. I'm basically just going to be a. If any of you have played Diablo 2, I'm just going to be a zookeeper with a bevy of companions that I will dominate to mutate until I get some more powerful mutations, and then I will, eventually join the fray myself. Hmm. Oh, right, I was lost. I was like, why am I even here? What was the point of my trip? It's like, right. Also, did I remember to actually sell? I sell most of the random garbage. Okay. These two are fighting. They're both neutral to me, so whoever wins, I will loot their body. Oh, okay. Relax. Calm down. I'm pretty sure he's already dead. Holy shit. Okay, he didn't have. Seriously? Yeah. He was bare-fisted fighting a goat. No wonder he died. Cracked lens rust. Yeah, just throw that to the ground. I lose something else again. Doesn't even scroll. Okay, why doesn't it scroll? Never mind. All right, there's the stairs down. Let's just use them. But yeah, it's gonna be a lot more technical than my Chimera run. Plus, I have a lot more. Well, I wouldn't say early game power. I have like this guy to rely on, and if you ever run into something that's really dangerous, but it's theoretically possible to dominate them, I can dominate them. Oh, where's the? I can dominate them with this, and essentially I can take them off map and start fighting other things. Yeah, like it's if they're like a huge amount higher level than I am, they'll have a pretty good save against it. But the potential of me just taking over like something absolutely like just like a war machine essentially, and then just taking it off map to go kill like higher level things, like it's a 1 in a million chance. But if you get that 1 in a million chance, you're gonna level up like quite a few times from the ability to just use them as a as a vehicle for your own experience, essentially. Brackish water. Oh, damn kudzu. I really shouldn't be getting into melee with anything, but I'm just getting lucky basically that I'm not ending up dead. I can also dominate my ally, but I want them to get experience. But once we get to like where levels are fewer and longer in between, I will be dominating my companion to basically set them. Actually, I should rename them. I should rename them. Does anybody in chat right now? Anybody want to be? Anybody want to be this guy? I'll give a few seconds for the delay to catch up. I'll take that as a no. Okay. Let's try to see what. Okay. Yeah. It should. Yeah. It should. Oh God. Elosia Editia. Elosia Editia. Elosia Editia. That's not a bad name, honestly. Ooh. Once more, I need to be careful. Let's shoot these kudzu. I don't know why I decided to do that. Wait, let me just. Oh, I should probably be careful of the spider. And be careful of the vine or the spitter. I had to get way too close to that thing to shoot it properly. Oh god! And then I just decided to start fist fighting kudzu, like a moron. Where's my dude gun? Oh god, he's fine. He's just, what are you doing? Where are you going? Like actually, I don't understand. Oh, he's trying to fight the kudzu, but he doesn't know how to get to it. I don't actually have a weapon equipped, so I'm just punching this stuff. But honestly, it's not too dangerous. We are one more level and we can mutate. Which I believe I'm going to want to do because I don't want to level up mental mutations. Because they'll just do that naturally as our ego goes up. And I don't even think we have. Yeah, we don't even have Glimmer yet. I'm going to eat. Actually, finish my sentence before I mute myself. I'm going to look at things I want to level up. I think we're just going to level up cooking, but I'm going to eat this, speaking of which. So I was just gonna like, while I was eating, continue to play. But so Krusty Loaf and Star Apple Jam, stuff that I put in, and then randomly our character decides to go find a Collipede quill and a nip of leech blood. Sorry. That protein bar sticks to my teeth a lot. Yeah, so I like to imagine that he turned it into a like sandwich, you know, loaf on either side, jam, and then just like a quill. Except instead of an olive, there's just like it's just a bloody quill. Mmm. Apparently, it tastes. I think that's the ability from Star Apple Jam, but +10 against bleeding. It's actually really good in the early game because that's a high source of death. Is just getting like stuck, like just getting stuck like a pig. What are you trying to do over here? Oh, he's trying to avoid the web. I think. See. Oh, okay. Apparently, he's just being weird. All right. Wait, can I not eat kudzu stem? Apparently, I can't. I mean, it's probably not. It's probably like salted shirky. Similarly, I think gain level. Um. Yeah, let's dominate them. Yeah, they can't see in the dark. That might also be the problem is that they're blind. But yeah, let's take bludgeoning and then dip out of them. Oh, whoops. Oh, okay. Are you hostile, Bat? Bat, you're just gonna get yourself killed. Friendly dog. Oh, there's a spitting vine. Damn it! Please just hit. Yeah, our friend is completely lost. But it's fine. Also, we'll hopefully get him a light source eventually. Or get a light source. Actually, yeah, we might want to carry a light source just for him. So I don't know, but one more level and we'll be able to start mutating. And the thing is, as a mental, with mental mutations, you want to be very careful of your glimmer. You do not want to grow too powerful too quickly because you're going to need to have that. You're gonna need to be able to survive the enemies that are going to be generated by your glimmer. Oh, sorry, alt tab just to make sure everything was still running, and to make sure I wasn't muted, which would have been quite embarrassing. Let's auto explore. I think we already found these stairs down. Let's go ahead to them. Alright, let's fight some more kudzu. Have I got any more rusted equipment yet? Okay, no, there's not much left of rust. Oh god. Oh god. Oh god. Damn. Dude, where the heck did you go? Okay, let's move up and then move down just to get our companion back. Yeah, I'm gonna die to Snapjaws if I don't smarten up. Alright, there we go. Just heal myself, which is quite fast because we have meditate. Oh. Accidentally button mashed. Stand right in his face and shoot him in the head. Who's gonna win? Either or, probably. Okay. Our ally won. Look good. Nice. There's so much. Like, this is abnormally high amounts of kudzu for this area. Like, I mean, let's go over here and, like, holy man. Oh, this is what my ally was fighting this whole time. Fighting the many. There was, like, 5 kudzu, like, not even attached to walls, just, like, hanging out. Yeah, I don't have much. Oh god, my my trade good rusted. That's probably not good, but meh. Okay, see, look at how much kudzu there's, like, just here. There's, like, 7 kudzu, 8 kudzu. Oh god, they lost to Still More Hammer. Yeah, I was gonna mention that I should probably. Okay, are you okay? Yeah, you're fine. Okay. Covered in their own blood, but they should be fine. Yeah, I'm just having them do all the grunt work. But yeah, they've begun to just punch things. Apparently they still have the rusted weapon equipped. Seriously? No, they just. Oh, they dropped it. They just dropped it where they had it. Uh huh. Or it like rusted into nothing, which I believe. I mean, it was destroyed. Just rather than quote unquote rusting to nothing. Oh god. Now let's dominate him. And he can't see. So he's probably not completely harmless, but relatively harmless. Because he cannot see anything. I should not have done that. Okay, my allies, okay. Just punching some snapjaws, as you do. Yeah, we're this is why I hate this area, and I like to go to this area first before I get anything of value. Is so you don't get any of your good shit rusted. Yeah, we have a quite significant regen speed, so I don't really have to worry about like how much damage I take in a fight. As long as I don't die, it doesn't really take long for it to be fixed. So I can kind of do some stupid risk taking. I don't see a more risk of. Oh god, that poor mosquito just got destroyed by that ivory, young ivory. Oh, what? Yeah, that's very dangerous, as I've said the last time, the first time we saw one. That those things kind of exist uh, with a very scary power. Their ability to jettison corrosive gas around them, which can melt like just rocks and everything. Are you? Yeah, these segmented earthworms might actually be dangerous for us. So, okay, we've leveled up. Your genome has entered an exciting state. Yes, I would like to. Okay, so you cause plants. Okay, so this is a mental mutation. It's not worth the glimmer. Photosynthetic skin or extra arms. Um, yeah, definitely extra arms. Yeah, rapidly advance my extra arms. I guess. It's not like I had a choice, but yeah. Now I have a nice amount of arms with which to use nothing. Because I'm not exactly going to be getting into melee combat after this, but it's not awful. I'm actually going to dominate these things and like try to fight their own kind. Okay, so our friend might die, but sacrifice I'm willing to make, yeah. He was bitten to death by Tigman and earthworms. But, you know what? Tigman and earthworm, do my bidding. But yeah, he was getting to the point where we could have mutated him, but yeah, companion bitten to death. Gonna have to find a new companion, but first we're gonna have to get out of the situation in the first place. Once I luckily we're tanky, so I can just sort of like face tank these enemies. Nice, collect a little glue. I like to collect a tiny bit of every liquid, just in case. Yeah, as we've seen last run, especially once you have a huge amount of ego. Like even on that run, we didn't really have a money problem in terms of like loose change with which to buy. What do I want to do? Guess I want to shoot point blank at this thing. Yeah, I'm just gonna just fight it. Well, I have multiple hands, so it's probably not the hardest thing to do. Yeah, we're not gonna have a problem with any form of currency, any sort of ammunition. I mean, we're not gonna have a problem with having water itself. We're gonna have a problem with having enough water to actually do what we want. Okay. Salt. More salt. God, what are these earthworms doing here? Okay. Okay, so pistol or rifle? I think I'm gonna go with well, we'll see. We'll see. We'll see. Bow and rifle. Setting hand for the purpose of determining your accuracy with bows and rifles, your agility is treated as if it was 4 points higher. Okay. Spend okay, so all these different fire modes. Each of them. Okay, yeah, we're going with pistols because disarming shot, that's pretty awesome. That's pretty awesome. Yeah, that's like we obviously don't have a pistol yet, but that will be my main form of physical combat. Is using pistols. Yeah, these mirthworms are just lambs to the slaughter right now. As long as I have bullets to lay into them with. Right, I need to find my companion's body. Where did you die, my friend? I don't. Do not pick up the corpses. Brain, please. Let's punch him with my multiple arms. Get to this choke point, just start unloading into them. Oh god, yeah, I don't have any more ammo, so we're gonna have to punch these mirthworms, which is theoretically possible. Tis the power of having multiple arms. Okay, let's It's so weird not having my Let's I click. No, not this. The text. No. Meet menu. Oh, okay. Do not show minimap. That is. I don't think that's useful for me. Yeah, I'm honestly surprised we no longer have a hotbar available. Let's just wait. Yeah. Oh man, look at the whenever you wait for a second time and start meditating, it's just your HP goes back up so much faster. But yeah, let's because that just bones, I assume. Yeah. Let's not mess with the whip vine. Let's continue our search for our misbegotten friend. Gone but not forgotten. Well, I say not gone but not forgotten, but I don't know where he is. He's all the way back here. Okay, there we go. Yeah, human corpse. Or one out for him. Nearby. Pour one dram. Pour one out for him. Considering how valuable water is, that's probably, you know. I mean, some people call it a waste. I mean, in-game people might call it a waste, but I'd say it's a good way to honor the dead. Excuse me. Okay, let's start by meditating in fan rest. Oh my god, that goes up so fast. Okay, god damn, how many mirthworms are there? Okay, well, this is automatically meditate. Yeah, the cooldown on meditate doesn't really serve a purpose because you can just. Oh, please don't tell me you're fighting me. Just destroyed everything. Why are you? Why are you doing this, skunk? Oh god. Gotta be very careful. Slumberling. I love how you can force the game to build zones by like breaking through walls. We're subterranean deserts. Okay. Mistakes have been made. Yeah, let's not do something so stupid again. Okay, sprint. Am I gonna die like this of all things? Yeah, Perfect. Okay, we're back to a nice amount of HP. Are you still damaged by any chance? No. You know what? You are now my friend. Okay, let's see. 6 arms, none the richer. Yeah, how many arms does this character have? Quite a few. Night vision. They're level 5. And they're not humanoid, so they don't have hands like I prefer. But I'm gonna just take these. Apparently apparently this is just Mirthworm and Slumberling Central, but yeah, we're gonna take this guy and we're gonna fight Mirthworms with him. Yeah. God, what I really want is a sentient creature. Yeah. Just not bother me at all. Their death. We're getting quite tanky. You know what, Mirthworm? Get dominated. Not dominate. Turn into a companion, apparently. Where's my Mirthworm friend? Okay, dominate them. What are they like? Nothing. They're apparently level 7, but nothing special going on. Yeah, I'm stuck. I get it. I get a game. Okay. Bear's quite dangerous, and it's chasing me, so I'm gonna sprint. Yeah. Let's hope that I don't get stuck. Unless I start waiting. Yeah, okay, there we go. Yeah. You don't have to wait as long. Okay, so let's attempt to beguile you. Okay. Let's dominate him. And yeah, he's level 6. And let's see. Not remove claw. Now let's take this bear on a wild ride to pick up this. There's some kudzu. Oh, apparently. But yeah, see, this is the sort of thing that you can do. You can take this bear, which I would never be able to kill on my own, turn it into an ally, and then puppet it. To, like, you know, get free experience for yourself. And I'm probably going to dominate this bear and then send it off onto another segment of the map. But okay, let's get it killed by having it fight. Okay. So I don't know if because it was my companion, it's going to attack me, but I just want to confirm that. No, I do not want to abandon my character. Yeah, let's go through this stuff again. Also, toughness. That's actually pretty good. And then natural healing right up. Okay, this could get me killed, but okay. And for its sake, but it doesn't do anything. Okay. I get it. You don't appreciate me. I get it. I understand. Should have my abilities back? Yeah. Let's see if you can dominate a mental attack. Has no effect? Yeah, okay. Can I have a question. Can I dominate kudzu? Okay, it's a plant, it does not affect. Okay. Yeah, the kudzu does like next to no damage, so yeah, it's more so a risk of like stuff like that happening. What? Oh yeah, totally. Let's use fixed spray. Apply fixed spray. Apparently, what? What is this? Apparently, some random name junk. Okay, let's go back to Fix It Spray. But apply Fix It Spray to this. Let's equip it as our throwing weapon. Let's test it. Let us test what this does. Let's. Hey. Hey. I've been playing on and off for like years. But there's also a lot of stuff that I do not know about the game. Like I'm not particularly good at this game, so I often die pretty early. But I've done like many different runs. I don't know if that turret accurate at all. It's there. Yeah. I probably got hundreds of hours in the game, but that does not necessarily. Okay, so it. What the hell? So okay, so I threw this spring-loaded turret grenade. Oh no, I'm definitely having fun. But yeah, no, I understand that get sort of. I mean, I have that sort of relationship with Dwarf Fortress where like the game just constantly. I'm Dwarf Fortress is the kind of game that I prefer to watch people play rather than play it myself because I don't know what I'm doing. But in Cates of Cod, it's more so the type of game that I really like to actually play myself rather than watch. But yeah, right. I'm going down gun route, and what else do I want? I want persuasion. What does? Because I just want everything that's eco related. But yeah, this is a character with psychic mutations, so they're eventually going to get glimmer, and they're going to start being hunted. I'm just going to start being hunted by psychic creatures. Yeah, I'm just gonna flee this guy. I need to find where my bear ally died so I can pick up the wiring I picked up with him. Oh god. Just don't mind me. I need to look for a corpse of a bear. You over here, bear? I'm. This is not advisable what I'm doing right now because I might just straight up die. Yeah, I think I'm probably dead. Well, I could do this, nominate that, and this thing's gonna attack and kill me. Yeah, I've died to a scrap shovel. Yeah, it's fine. I wasn't even done with like the starting quest, but let's go again. But basically, I have the classic dominate combo, where you use beguiling to make a creature your ally, and then dominate them so you can look at their inventory. So I'll just go up to this guy, get his quest, do this, and then dominate him. You might already know this, but if you dominate somebody, they can level up, and you can use their mutant points and skill points to basically create two characters, which is insane. And then I'll just end my domination. But dominate is just so good because you could take your dominated creature, and heck, I can actually demonstrate it once I loot all these boxes. But I'll just meditate for a bit. Dominate this guy. Watch this. You can do this. And then you can do this. And you can just walk this guy onto a different map and start fighting with him. And now I'm gonna get him killed, but I just killed a Snapdash scavenger. And now I'm gonna break the thing domination, and he's right back. And anything I just picked up with him, I could go into his inventory and take. I just picked up the Snapjaw corpse because that was the only thing it had on him. But I can now take everything he owns, including the things that he had before I even dominated him, and now they're mine. And you could potentially get like experience and like all sorts of things by dominating somebody and having them fight for you. The only crutch is that you can't. If you dominate somebody, they don't get experience because they have no control. But as you've just seen, I have just like I've just done stupid shit and benefited greatly from it. So I could go over to now. You shouldn't be dominating people that are next to their allies because I'm pretty sure. Let's just throw away this character. Let's dominate this person. Did this aggro anybody else? Did this aggro? Okay, let's end the domination. Are they mad at me now? No, they're neutral. Okay, but it's more of a problem with beguile. If you fail to beguile somebody, will act with them. It's considered a mental attack, and it's a sign of aggression if you fail to do so. See, okay. So the Vine Reaper resists domination, so now everything's aggro to me. So I'm just gonna throw my body away and die. Okay. But you can see what I mean when I say that like this is a very powerful build. It has a lot of potential power. But as with all psychic characters, eventually I will run into Glimmer. Like Glimmer Hell. But hopefully I will have a powerful physical mutant to back me up in the form of this guy. Yeah, he's gonna chase me around, but I just have to wait for my cooldowns to come up and then I'll try again. Okay. But nobody rushes to this guy's aid, so it's perfectly fine to just like kite him around like this. In fact, let's dominate him to check his stats. His stats are still good. I'll just run him over here. Oh god, yeah, I forgot Argive gets very upset with this guy. Yeah, Argive will straight up chase this man to the ends of the earth. Oh well. Argive refuses to speak with you. Argive, please. Oh, Archive! Stop chasing me! Oh god, I love this game for shit like this. Where NPCs will like chase other NPCs around like this. Alright, but now I can have my cooldowns back. Oh yeah, my flaw is that I do shit like this. This is my mental defect is that I occasionally open space-time vortexes or vortices. Images of distant places and times past, present, and future shimmer in the space before you. Strange sounds whose makers inhabit those innumerable vistas stretch through your ears. Echo of an astral continuum. So if you were to walk into this, or say if it were to move around and suck you in, you will be teleported to literally anywhere on the map. But hopefully I'll just step off the map. Okay, I think I lost my companion, so I'm gonna have to recruit somebody else. Alright, oh god, I did it again. Did I convert you? Yeah, you're from anyway. So let's step off the map so if I fail this, they won't aggro on me. But yeah, this is the flaw. So occasionally that will happen. Okay, this farmer is sufficient for my needs. But yeah, but yeah, look at the destruction my time space vortexes wrought. But I like the downside. It is very yeah, let's read this engraving. This item is engraved with a scene from the life of ancient Sultan Surashir. Acting against the prohibition on the practice of water fasting, Surashir led an army to the gates of the gambling den of the desiccated. He sacked the gambling den of the desiccated and persecuted its citizens, forcing them to change its name to Trashirgrad. Okay, that'll sell for a pretty penny. Plus, I think I can wear it. I have slots for it, yeah. Let's examine this. Shulk injector, poison grenade. Okay. Blood and Fear on the Life Cycle of La. Nice book to sell. The plus side on taking this person over the danger is that you could get killed if you fail to hit them. But they actually start with equipment. That poor preacher, that poor zealot, just got absolutely sent to the abyss. I'll keep the short bow just to give to my companion. Buy all these munitions. Buy this folding chair, which I can only assume that it is. Ooh, a musket. Or not a musket. That's not what I care about. Is the chrome revolver, because it has multiple shots. And I will sell all but one of my torches. Because I don't really need them. And I'll sell these copper nuggets, just so I have some money left over. Yeah. About 30 drams. So now I can equip in my gun slot, or my missile slot. And this guy can take my arrows and the short bow, giving him a ranged option. But yeah. I'm obviously better. I'm obviously stronger baseline than my farmer friend, but he will eventually surpass me in physical ability. As I will focus on durability. He will be my weapon. Unfortunately, Argav is not gonna attack me because I possess that other guy. Give him these strange tubes. It's good to like find some random stuff to give to Argav just so you can level up immediately. The question is, did you gain experience for that? Oh god, you resist, so I have to wait a while. Right. Is everybody aggroed on me now? No. Okay. Okay, I dominated him. Okay, see, he leveled up from that. He shares experience with me. So while he's only got harvest, right? He should only have harvest. And cooking and gathering harvester. I still want to go cudgels on him, but he'll keep his current weapon for now. But the main reason for that is because I want him to be a distraction. He doesn't need to kill things; he just needs to keep himself alive. Which cudgels are good for slowing the enemy's assault down. In 3007 BR, Thrushir won a decisive victory against the combined forces of the Tinkerers monarchy of Hamish at the bloody battle of the arbitrary gambling den. Though he lost his prized Brenica during the course of the conflict. Sorry, my brain. As a result of the battle, the arbitrary gambling den was so evaporated of all the moisture, it was named to the salt-spangled bog. So that's a location of a artifact. Travel likely go to. Let me just check to make sure I have all the quests. Yeah. It's over here, which could make for a dangerous trip, but... Oh god, I lost my bearings in the freaking mountains. That's not... Oh, that's not... it's not without peril. But I have a gun. Strongest weapon known to man. Be very careful of skunks. Wow, a skunk got killed. That is actually impressive. And yeah, things level up in this game. Like this goat. In fact, I might even want to... Oh. I was going to say I might want to finish them off, but they're already dead. Yeah, skunks can melt the stone around you. So you might want to, like, avoid them like the plague, because they're very dangerous. Can't regain my bearings. Let's go here. And this is completely randomly generated, so this could, like, be extremely dangerous. But the last time I found an artifact, it literally had like it was basically a Pokeball with a creature contained therein, and it was like a mid game monster, which quite useful. It's a spitting slug, which did end up spitting all over the place. These books are good for experience. You can trade them in at the Stilt 4 set experience. So this is what I'm gonna do. Honestly, I really want to buy something. Okay. Gotta level up. Increase my toughness. Then I'm gonna increase my pistol skill. Torch. You equip with right now. I'm gonna give him the torch just in case he needs them. He might not equip them though. Oh, he will. Perfect. You aggro to me. Oh, where are you? Oh, I should probably defend my ally because they can easily die just as well as you can. Where the world are you going? Oh, he's kiting people with his bow and arrow. All right. He's injured, so I'm gonna patiently wait. All right, let's wait. Chat with him. What do you have? Ooh, he has a laborer security card. I'm actually going to I'm gonna kill him for that. It's you with the steel arrow. Hey, please stop hitting me. Oh, apparently we're getting shot at. Oh, what the hell? That campfire remain is very oddly colored. Okay, now he's here, so... I don't really have... Well, I could just dominate him. Oh, he resists domination. Discovered slime bog. Oh, that's not good. Yep. So yeah, we were teleported. And we're still aggro to each other. Okay, I could die here. Yeah, I shouldn't have gotten no fight with that guy. Well, that's fine. It's still the early game. Dying in the early game is just par for the course. It's unfortunate that we managed to get a gun early game and then managed to die, but I was willing to risk it. Alright, let's do the combo. Yeah, these stats are good. If they have like malices and anything, like if this guy had like negative ego, negative willpower, I would have just like leaved him. But yeah, I have slight standards, but anything beyond that, jewel encrusted furs, that's gonna suffer pretty penny considering our ego's pretty high. Just early game robbing the chess. Let's see what Tam has on offer. Buy his ammo. Every single time I'm going to do that. But as you've seen, our ally can friendly fire us, so you might want to be careful when you do that. Blow Spear might be worth it, but I'm not going to spend the money. Musket. It's a ranged weapon, and we're going to need one. So this. Bow for our companion. I like to give them ranged weapons, even though they friendly fire me all the time. Sell the furs. We should be good from there on. Yeah. So we will equip the gun. Load the gun. We will give the bow and the arrows to our ally. Will currently only be equipped with that. What can you do? Hopefully our guy doesn't kill on sight, because I've had him sometimes aggro on this guy, even if he was my companion. Yeah, so he won't do it now. Despite the fact that he just did it. Not 5 seconds ago. Alright, let's freeze grenade. I like to give him the different grenades. I never end up using grenades because I forget, but for the most part. Alright. Do the same customary thing of looking at the statues, get the orbits. The shrine in town is always the same, but the shrine in the graveyard above is always different. Deep in the wilds of Lasha, or Lashon, Anti-Redoct the Fifth discovered Old Sukish. There he befriended unshelled reptiles and fixed a satisfying meal. Yeah, it gives us a location, which is useful. Let's try going to Red Rock this time. There's even an achievement for dying to being from being stoned by baboons. That's how often people die to that. That unfortunate circumstance. Gods were hostile, right? Oh, I just went up instead of down. That is a bad habit that I have. Is this dog hostile to me? No, it's wrong. Okay. I was like, why did it sprint over here? What do I have equipped? Just a staff. This isn't too bad. Okay, let's seed spitting vines are actually really dangerous. So it's best to take them out from afar. Because if you're like 5 tiles away from them, that's like that can up to like 25 damage before you get into melee with them, unless you're sprinting. In which case it will take slightly less time, but it will still take some time. Alright, we both leveled up, and I will take cooking, because cooking is very important. Where is it? Cooking and gathering. I'll also get butchery. Butchery and harvestry is nice because collecting food ingredients. Food is actually like really powerful in this game. With the I'd say relatively recent changes, for me anyways. Just watch as my ally just fails to shoot this guy. He'll get better eventually as he levels up. Let's just auto explore. Oh god, a bear. Let's fill the bear full with lead, and when it gets in the melee range, we dominate it. See, this is the problem with that ability, is that occasionally it activates and then sends you 7 floors down. And well, this bears in a pretty bad way. Let's end the domination and hope we are nowhere near that. Yeah. But usually, if something like that happens to you where you're dominated inside of another creature, it's fine. You can just like run around and try to fight. I'm actually going to floor up to try to. Okay, there. Never mind. I was gonna floor up to try to find my companion, but he found his way back to me. He's actually just walking around in the dark, basically. So, don't be too hard on him. He's trying his best. This is. Oh, I should be careful. See that? I should just run. Yep, our companion's dead, and I will dominate this 1 HP guy and just send him off into the ether. See, yeah, we can get experience from killing things, like I said. Attack myself. Nice. Really want to attack yourself? Yes. Look, attack. Yes. Basically, you can destroy yourself. I don't think you get any experience for destroying your dominated creature. But okay, let's befriend this thing. Oh, right, I should probably. I think I already picked up the book, but I'll make sure. Because books are very worthwhile in this game. Okay, also pick up the bow. The centipede has many limbs, but none of those limbs can hold weapons. For obvious reasons. Well, it'd be funny if it had hands at the end of those appendages, but unfortunately, no. And this is a whole bunch of. I've never really attempted to. Can I dismantle this stuff? I don't think so. I guess I'll just hit the glass bottle, which I assume, yeah, it has acid. I take this. Oh. Yeah, there's nothing I can do with this place. Let's just auto explore. But yeah, I'm gonna have to find a new companion, but it can wait for later. Hell, I might dominate the glow right at the bottom of this. Actually, it's probably. In fact, oh, no, let's just let our ally do the work. That was very dangerous, but let's go back upstairs, and let's go back to Joppa and recruit ourselves another humanoid. Oh, there's ruins. I will investigate them and then immediately leave as soon as I can. Yeah, let's go up, back to the surface, up to the overworld. I mean, let's dominate you. I'm actually just gonna have to dominate it and then run off into the no man's land and just have them die, because otherwise they might aggro on me and kill me. Sprint off into snapped out territory. See, we get experience for these things. I think it's based on. I'll actually look at this because the information will relate to my main character. One night under the beetle moon, a babe was swaddled on a floating platform of polished chrome with quills on its eyes. That babe came to be known as Anti-Redoct V. Okay, that's interesting. Hey, there's a lot of you can do with Dominate. just by like running into no man's land. Like you can dominate your companion for all of the like powers of having control over their character, as if they were yours, and you can also have the same sort of effect on just like, well, this sort of thing where you dominate like a powerful enemy, and then you just like go around the world and start killing things. But I think the experience you gain is based on the level of the creature that you're inside of. So if you have like a, let's say, level 30 character, and you dominate a weak creature, it might be able to get experience where you can't. Okay. And it died bleeding to death. Perfect. That's what I wanted it to do. And I will attempt to beguile, assuming they stop running away from me, one of these guys, then proceed to dominate them. You want to sleep? Yeah, that's perfect. That is perfectly fine. And of course that happens again. God, this is the most that these space-time vortexes have been like summoned. But I love it. It's just chaos. I actually love this the ability to summon those things so much that actually there's an ability to take them just straight up, not as a defect, and you have control over when you create them. What? Like it causes just as much mayhem if they're random as when you have control over them. So, I mean, it's also free points. It's free points to take the uncontrolled version over the controllable version any day of the week. But yeah. It's very fun, if nothing else. Even if it gets me killed, it's still very fun. I'll dominate this centipede and just let my dude kill it. And then end the mutation, or end the domination just before it dies, so I can get full experience. So I'm not entirely sure how the calculations work. Oh, I did not. Whatever. Actually, more frequently cook food with my tonics rather than actually using them as normal. Let's eat some acidic loaf. 1 MA. Oh, 1 mental armor for the rest of the day. And I can now use corrosive breath. Corrosive gas. Breathe corrosive. Yeah, it's corrosive breath. Let's test it out. Should be quite powerful. We got a chrome revolver. Just like completely randomly. Oh, I should unload my musket. Unload, please. And talk to this guy now that I have the mind to do so. I will give him all of the stuff my previous ally had, which wasn't much. Nice. There's hostiles nearby. All right. Oh god. Oh god, please don't shoot me. That's. Oh, I attempted to dominate the bear and then failed miserably. I do not want to camp. I want to sprint and run. Let's attempt to kill the bear. Okay, I don't think I have a good chance against this bear. I'm actually going to go up, go down, go up. Just hope that the bear chases either me or my ally. Okay. This is a little bit harrowing, but how is this bear doing? It's doing better than I am. I can tell you that much. Let's go up. Oh, nice. The bear dies, and we level up. The energy point added to toughness. Oh man, that was quite dangerous. Game does become a lot easier when you have a companion, but I mean, it's definitely easier when it's definitely easier than the time that I had like no mutations at the start, but still not perfectly safe. These centipedes are a very good experience. Let's just auto explore. Oh, what the heck. Alright, my companion should be fine, so I'm just gonna pick up this water skin. Oh god, it's a chameleon. Yeah, the chameleons are really sneaky bastards. Oh. My companion died. Okay, hey chameleon, you're my new ally. Ah. Switching friends like a woman switches clothes. Alright. I'm gonna dominate this guy. And domination is about to die, so get all that experience. Um it what type of character do you run? Because it really depends on the type of character you run. Because if you were to take a character that you could pump agility and toughness up as much as possible, like you don't want anything in the negatives, really. Like everything should be some form of the positive. Because strength, you want to be able to carry stuff. Agility, you want to be able to dodge. Toughness, you want HP. Intelligence, you want skill points. Willpower, you want cooldowns, and eco, you want to be able to sell stuff. You need money, so every attribute has its place. So you should raise everything up to zeros at least. But for mutations, yeah my recommendation is regeneration and quills, because the thing is with quills is that you don't have to do the damage reliably. Enemies will attack you and then kill themselves. So as long as and with paired with regeneration, you should be able to stand there and take the damage. That's how I usually got through my early runs uh, when I first started the game. Is that I would just become basically a tank that enemies would kill themselves on, and you could get like I don't know if I have any on my person, but you could have healing items, and these confuse you, which would bark. They confuse you when you eat them. Uh, Depending, there's a resist. You can resist it, but basically, what you want to do is stock up on healing items. Yeah. Oh yeah, that's you got to have some patience. But I basically like to play the early game like uh, very fast and loose, unless I want to. Unless there's something I want to be very careful of, like keeping my allies alive, which I've been failing to do so. In this run, I want to be very careful because I want to raise two characters rather than one. My character and the other character. But there's two ways to go about it. Either build a very tanky character or do some stupid stuff like beguiling dominate. Because you beguile, here you befriend a creature. So you now have two characters. You now have you plus whatever you can, whatever's around your level that you can beguile, and then you use dominate. So, like I was saying before, watch this. Okay. Oh God, did it again. But okay, just ignore the defect. Okay, so now my uh, chameleon friend is now completely separated from me, and I have them dominated, so I can control them. Oh God, what? Oh God, I've been teleported. Okay, that was an awful. Where the hell am I? Where am I? Where am I? Yeah, panic. Okay, I'm in the top right corner of the map. Okay. Um. Oh God. Okay, so I found. Okay, let's try this again. Okay, dominate the chameleon. So with dominate, you can dominate a creature and then use them to explore the world. So, and you can kill things and gain experience. So I'm as this chameleon, I can go out here, and without any sort of risk to my own well-being, I could go fight these wet madpoles and just throw myself at them and die. Your companion has died, and then I'm me again. So I didn't take any damage, and I have now lost a character, but and now safe at the same time. So that's how you do it the mental way. The physical mutation way is you just become very tanky, and then just rely on having like 1,000 HP. And regain my bearings. So this is where am I now? Okay, I'm in the mountains. So I'm basically trying to get home, which is not easy. This is a very much a honestly this side effect is becoming so obnoxious for me trying to explain stuff that I'm probably not going to take it. Yeah, regain my bearings because it's happening pretty frequently. I'm used to it not like never appearing, and it appears right next to me. Beware of fungus because fungus can get you killed. What is this? Magmatic primordial soup. I'm actually gonna put these. Oh, they're very much. No, I do not want to collect all of it. Um, well, actually, if you want, I'll. Just give me a second. I just want to collect this stuff with what am I? Fill. Oh. Right. Is that not how you collect liquid? Yes. Okay. Fine. So primordial. I just want to look at this for a second. I cook with this. So I'm quite interested. No, I can't. Sizzling water skin. But I can do something like this. Right, I need to get off this map. Yeah, I'm just swimming in primordial soup. This character might be a toss away right now. I'm basically just running around. I might get infected with something. But let me get to the world map so I can explain it. I'm now going into the Rainbow Wood. Okay, come on, give me back my ability to do things. Yeah, I just got hit by fungal spores. You can see over here that I'm itchy. That means I got a fungal infection. I'll just use this character as. You lose your. Are you shitting me? I didn't even do anything and I'm already okay. Let's just yeah. It escalated very quickly. Let's. Oh God! Okay, let me rebuild. Oh, not a nomad. I want the pilgrim. This is where I go. Yeah, I mean, this is my own fault. It's a question of am I dying because the game killed me, or am I dying because I killed me? And in this case, I killed me. I actually like to take tonic allergy. Let me just explain character. Okay, help. Let me help you by explaining in this. So, what you want to do as if you're going for a physical like chimera build, which is like pure physical regeneration, your full natural healing rate applies in combat. 20% faster healing rate and chance to regrow limbs, and 1% chance to remove a physical debuff at random each round. So this very much makes you hard to kill. You regenerate in combat like no one's business. And quills. Basically, so I don't have to read all this. You get two benefits. You get an AoE because you can actually shoot these quills out of your body. You get an AoE attack that can attack everything around you. Just one tile away from you, which can include flying enemies, which is why I really like it, and it reflects damage, like I said before. But you can't wear body armor, so this removes your need to worry about armor, and it also is armor. Oh. So this is very useful and regenerate. You combine these two and you become like a serious like tanky monster. I'm actually gonna just build a character for example, and let's get. Okay, so I did tonic allergy, but you can get something like nerve poppy. Let's take nerve poppy for example. I won't be able to see my HP, and let's get. I'll take chimera just so I can give an example, and I'll also get unstable genomes. What's more, so I can give an example. Thick fur. Well, I want night vision. Night vision is just entirely reliable. If I'm not playing a pure Esper, I will always have night vision because it's so you don't have to use a hand for a torch. And that's my character. I have unpercent. Okay, so I have 1 point. Uh, Sometimes you might look if you have like a free point, you want to look at stuff that gives like this reputation because this can prevent you from being murdered by apes, baboons, and bears. Now it might not. It depends on your base reputation, but you can also get items that can raise your reputation. Which, if you have a habit of being stoned by baboons at Red Rock, you can theoretically, before you even go to Red Rock, get a bunch of stuff that increases your reputation with baboons, and then they just will be peaceful to you. It's very nice. But yeah, let's just for the example, let's go full toughness and full willpower, and then just bring agility to somewhere. Give me a random. I couldn't get it. Random name. Chopper. So this is a very unbalanced character that's pure goal is to survive the early game. So I can't see my HP. It says I'm perfect. You basically have as much information about your own character as you have with your enemies. So this is a side effect that can get you killed. I will loot these chests. And I will loot this stuff. Okay, I got really lucky and got a bunch of artifacts. Early game, what you want to do with your artifacts is you want to save 2 of them that you don't use and give them to Argive. But before you even do that, you go up to this guy. He gives you a quest, but he isn't essential to his own quest. And he has nothing on his person, so you just murder him. And that's 25 free experience and a free book. Which is, if I go over to Tam over here, who's a merchant, this book, even though I have no ego, this is still worth 9 drams, which is one. So $9. So free the um, the zealot gives you 25 experience, gives you a free quest, and all that good stuff. Then you come over to Argive. You come over to Argive, you do his dialogue, you get his quest, then you talk to him again, and you give him like something like a potted plant, a plastic plant, and it gives you experience. Then you give him a tube of something that you'll never use. And then he levels you up. You get a free level if you finish Argive's quest by giving him 2 random bits and bobs. And this is a mutation, a random mutation. So I'm a chimera. So when I mutate, one of my 3 options will grow me an extra body part. So multiple legs. So I will grow multiple legs, and then I will grow an antenna. So now I have extra limbs. That is the benefit of being a chimera. So now I have an extra. I believe I just have an extra face. But you can get extra hands, which allow you to do that. So it's very nice. So I will now look at the map and oh god, not mean to do that. We'll enter the well, not later because it doesn't matter. Okay, I just ran my character. Be careful you don't accidentally run your character off into the world map because you get lost. So this is the starting area, the salt marsh. This is actually pretty dangerous. I prefer to go to the Rustwells of Red Rock rather than being around the salt marsh because it's a lot of water. And the problem with water is there's a lot of enemies that can swim, and you can't. So they will be able to outrun you in the water. So I prefer to get on like dry areas, it's desert canyons. Okay, there's the salt dunes. Salt dunes are very dangerous. And they're on the left side. And this is the salt still, which is a very nice place to go to, but you had to cross the salt dunes. And if you get lost, you'll die in the salt dunes because you'll have to traverse the salt dunes. Because getting lost means you're forced to walk around your location. So, but if you decrease your chance to get lost, I'll just enter the map right here just so I can enter the menu. You want to get wayfaring. If you want to survive the early game, you want to get wayfaring, and you want to pick. Oh, whoops! Did not mean to do that. You got to be careful when you accidentally press buttons. You want to get salt dunes and jungles. Basically everything that you have to traverse to get to where you want to be. I'm going to enter the look menu. So you want desert canyon, you want flower fields, you want salt marsh, and you want salt dunes. Assuming that you don't know how to survive in the salt dunes and the jungle. Basically anywhere you want to walk past without getting lost. Want wayfarer for. But so yeah, you have the jungle. Jungle's super dangerous. Basically, if you can't get past Red Rock, you really can't go anywhere outside of like the starting area over here. So let's go at the tippy top. This is called the Deathlands. There's a reason it's called the Deathlands. You will die here. You will die here even if you have a Lake King character. This is where you go to die. That's why it's called the Deathlands. So basically, the farther you get away from Joppa, the more dangerous the game becomes. Except for the Salt Dunes, which are right next to Joppa, and you can immediately go there and get killed. This game is entirely lethal. There's no safe place in this entire game. The safest place is the surface, and in places like Red Rock and the Rustwells. And that's about it. These are the 2 safest places you can go, and everything else is hell. And even these things are hell. The amount of times I've died just trying to enter Red Rock is insane. But then there's the Rainbow Wood, which is fungal hell. Fungus in this game, which you might already know, it can infect you and basically remove the use of your limbs. Like you can lose the ability to wear equipment on slots, and they get replaced by a fungal infestation. So you want to avoid these places. You want to avoid fungus altogether. You want to avoid. There's so many things in this game that you have to avoid. It's not even like funny. Right, let's enter Red Rock now. Now, I should have an easy time just okay. So there's a bunch of baboons. Baboons are my worst nightmare right now. But because I have fur, they're neutral to me. See, as you can tell, I have played these first like few levels of the game so many damn times. This is where I know what I'm doing. But all this stuff, all these enemies have like opinions of each other. They're all fighting. I can just walk around like nobody's business. I am just gonna auto search for the way down because the Snapjaws are the easiest enemies in the game. Assuming that you have just default um, ones spawning, because you can end up with very dangerous versions. I'm just gonna whip up a meal. The camp menu, yeah, for some running out of breath. Oh, there's my way down. But the simplest thing is every strata you go down, or stratum you go down, every floor you go down in this game, it gets harder. So, Red Rock level 1 is easier than Red Rock level 2. And, you know, I mean, that's the same for most games. So, this is a Jilted Lover. I don't know why I'm doing like an early game tutorial for you as if you don't know anything about the game, but these are the most dangerous enemies that you find in the first place. Is plants. There's Young Ivory, which hide until you find them. Jilted Lovers, which will grab you. See, it grabbed it right now. Now I'm gonna pass a turn, and it attacks me, and it impales itself, and it keeps going. And I didn't even attack it once, and it killed itself. That's the power of quills. I do it again. It attacks me. I just walk past, and it's done more damage to itself than it has done me. But it's still dangerous. I'll pass turns, and I will continue just on my way. Grabbed by another Jilted Lover. I'm now wounded, but I'm still alive. And then you just pass a few turns, and you're fine. That's the power of regeneration plus quills, is that you can do stupid things and get away with it. Yeah, I normally do that every single time. Yeah, I'm doing a bit of a tutorial because somebody asked me for one, and I'm more than willing to literally every random person who comes in here. Somebody asks me to do a little tutorial for them. I will do it because I want to help people play this game because I love it. And these are dread tubers, or dread roots. I call them dread tubers because that's what they drop. But these are also super dangerous. Kill them on sight, unless there's another enemy. Because see right here, this line of text: "You are overwhelmed by terror." They cause you to flee from them, and you can flee into the waiting arms of enemies. So I've walked over dread tubers and had them force me into the game. Rework on the Sultan Secrets makes the first age 1 OP. Yeah, they all give you experience. You can use the Sultan Secrets as a experience, so yeah, they're very useful. But yeah, this the Snapjaw attacks me, and it dies. Like I'm not even. I'm equipped with a weapon, or I'm just equipped with a shitty staff. Like I'm not doing any damage, but things are just dying to my quills. But yeah, 6 Day Stilt is a long way from Red Rock because assuming that you get lost, it's very difficult to get to. Like I've died multiple times getting just trying to sprint to 6 Day Stilt. It dropped its armor. It apparently had a Salt Hopper mandible. This is actually a really rare weapon to just find on a Snapjaw in Red Rock. Normally you have to like dismember a Salt Hopper to get that sort of thing, but I got lucky, even though this is a tutorial sort of thing. But so yeah, like I can continue through here. See, this is a nasty combo. This Dreadroot right here could fear me and cause me to move unwillingly into the unknown here. So let me just, and it could also cause me to get hit by the Jilted Lover if it was, say, in front of me. So it could push me and say there's a jilted lover here. I'm now grabbed by a jilted lover. There could be like a bear here, and it would be a bad time. That's why you kill a lot of the plants on site. It's They're very dangerous. And here's just some random loot. Actually, pretty nice loot. I'm actually getting very lucky. I hate when I do stuff like this and then get lucky, and I'm like, well, I gotta run this character through the game as far as I can, even though they have like a horrible defect in the fact I can't see my HP. So I go down again, and like I'm barely even trying. I'm not even paying attention. I'm walking around. I'm letting myself get hit. Like I'm just walking around. I'm not even fighting anything. Like I'm just kiting, and I'm just like occasionally smacking, and I'm still alive. Okay, yeah, see you around. Oh yeah. And then I died. So I wasn't being careful. I couldn't see my HP, so I'd end up dead. But you could see, like, if you were putting serious effort, and you could definitely survive. But yeah, see you around. I'm gonna go back to the other character I was playing. And because I'm gonna go Nomad. It's they have Wayfarer. Actually, yeah. So, oh, I need to catch my breath because I was doing a lot of explanation as fast as I could. But yeah, now I'll go back to what I was doing, which is a tonic allergy. Because I usually cook with my tonics rather than consume them. And the most dangerous thing that happens is like if I use a salve or Ubunashram tonic, it could be dangerous, but honestly, yeah, it really is. Like once the food update came out, like this is like a no brainer. Because like you just take you take everything. Like I think even the healing items you can break down into foodstuffs. Yeah, you get the heal anyways. Exactly. Like the heal is the most important part. So what if you go blind? Like usually stuff like that doesn't really matter. So yeah, the last time I was playing with Quantum Jitters, and it 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 happened every like every like 5 minutes. I'd end up with two space time vortexes opening. But yeah, I like the beguiling domination combo. Basically, to have two characters. Mental mirror, counteract other psychics, and send psychics because I'm eventually gonna have glimmer. This run is gonna have glimmer, assuming I don't die, but it will eventually have glimmer. So it'll allow me to sense them, and from there, I'm gonna want night vision, and then I'm just gonna take thick fur, just so I don't have to worry about baboons. Honestly, baboons have killed so many of my characters. Oh, apparently I have another point. So I don't need to. Okay, what can I pick then? Heightened hearing. It's actually a good question. Oh, because I took tonic allergy, so I have more points than what I did last time. Well, actually, uh, hmm, teleport other. Yeah, let's go with teleport other over the other options, just because it's super useful. Actually, I want as few. Yeah, actually, I want as few meta mutations as possible in the early game. Yeah, precog, but yeah, precognition is really useful, but it's super expensive. I mean, I could take it. I could remove sense psychic, but the thing is that I forget it even exists. I have a very poor memory, so I'll forget that I have precognition and then not use it. I like having passive things because it's hard to remember something that's just passively happening constantly. Um, yeah, it is very powerful, but oh well, the thing is that I have domination and beguiling. I don't need a redo button. Domination is my That domination works as my precognition. Oh god damn it! Let me just get rid of the bot. Yeah, that was the bot. But yeah, domination, because you can dominate something and then walk off the map that you're standing on, so you can walk into like any other area. But precognition is really nice for if you're doing things that could instantly kill you. But I'm probably not getting that far. I'm not getting to the point where I have like infinite Ichor merchants and I'm like crafting like infinite um, stat. Yeah, yeah, it is. It is true, but it's also I find that I don't have a problem with dominating people. It's only really a problem if you're dominating things that are unlikely to be dominated. But I like companion builds because you basically get two characters, and I really like having two characters. It's just my preference. Damn, I'm actually gonna go. I'm gonna go Slime Gland and Thick Fur. Yeah, I usually worst comes to worst, I just cut my losses. I like to start 17 and everything, except for the thing that I have bonus in, just because it's all cheap. But essentially, all semi-free, and I don't want to go over zealous on ego, so I actually usually go like willpower. Yeah, my ego's gonna. I want my ego to stay low, so I don't get glimmer too early on, because the game changes when the glimmer appears. So, but yeah, so do the usual shenanigans of looting all this stuff. Ooh, got an artifact. It's always nice when you get, which I just did. Let's dominate this guy. The thing is, the zealot is like free. Oh. Well, ego. Try playing with just 10 ego, and you see what happens. You basically have like the sell prices. Like somebody had like as a trade good like ape ogre pelt, and it was like 2,000 drams. And then when I killed them for it and tried to sell that to somebody else, it was like not even 40. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. I like I mean, I'm aiming for the I'm aiming for the glimmer. Like I intend to enjoy myself with the glimmer. That's why I took detect and all that jazz. Yeah, it's usually not a problem except in the early game. But yeah. But yeah, I'm eventually gonna have infinite ego because I'm gonna be able to kill things. But yeah, this guy has a good spread of stats, so I'll just end the domination. Yeah, I actually already miss meditate. How much is to get that thing back? Self discipline. 150. It's not bad. Yeah, but I mean, yeah, in a later game, I'll just dominate merchants and have them give me their equipment. Like Tam right now. Tam would murder me if I tried to do that. If I had precog, I could instantly do it. Like, just repeat over and over again with no risk, but it's not too bad. Just gonna sell what I got and try to get Steel plate might be useful. Well, I mean, it's too expensive, but it once I can get it, I want to give my companion a mace, and I want this ranged weapon. Get the cheap ammunition. I don't need the shaw either, or this mask. So, I think it will actually help me if I end up in Golgotha with all the problems that causes. But it's not too bad. Alright, let's do freeze grenades. I'll forget. I'll give those up to Argive. Right, you want my stuff? Give me this book, please. But yeah, I like dominating the Zealot because if you fail to dominate the Zealot is the only one that gets mad at you. Give them that, and that. These arrows. I don't like giving the gun to the companions because they have a habit of shooting me. So I'd rather them just have like arrows. Okay, charge of work. Alright, sup Argive. Oh, I did not want me to trade with you. I normally read out the dialogue, but I've already read it once, so I won't be reading it again. Right, mutation point. I'll just save that for a new mutation and save my points to get meditation because I had that on my other character as a starting thing, and it was so good. Actually amazing. Get this. I already read it. And then I read this randomly generated lore. Ooh, that looks like an artifact to me. While traveling through a Granary Precinct, Una, Dale dates. Yeah. Yeah, I'll definitely sell the torches. Stopped at a market at Degashire Spire. At an obscure shop, he purchased a Lucent hammer and named it Lucent Dale Date's gift. Then he went to the nearby tavern and lost it in a foolhardy bet. He cursed the tavern and left. Okay, that's a potential artifact. Dude, I actually got an artifact that spawned a spitting slug. In like, I wasn't even at Bedrock yet, and I had a companion that was like probably level 15, give or take. Like something that would spawn in like Golgotha. That's how ridiculous it was. Oh right, I was trying to check my equipment for the currently blazing torch. It's not going to give me anything, but I just want to get it out of my inventory. Oh, 60%. 60% to spend per hit. That's pretty good. Yeah, definitely. Especially with a club, because you can get whatchamacallit. You can get backswing whenever you make an attack with your free your main hand. You make an additional free attack with the same hand occasionally. So that would be just amazing. Yeah. Yeah, definitely. I was having a hard time with Chimera because I was doing the strategy where not strategy really, but the build where you essentially it's right there. I'm actually gonna go right there. But I did the strategy where you take like 5 instances of what's it called? Unstable genome, because each of unstable genome gives you a free limb. And it was so bad in the early game, like you die so quickly. Oh god, I got lovely. Yeah. And yeah. Oh god, I have a recycling suit and everything. That's actually I didn't even realize this is actually like probably the easiest starting class now that I look at it. With Wayfarer and recycling suit. Well yeah, Ava. I don't exactly have I don't have a form of being able to capture it in water skins. I don't know if it's still possible to put lava into water skins and then freeze them to safely pick them up. Oh, it's still possible, yeah. Well, that's good. Yeah, it just takes a lot more nades. Yep, probably. Oh, what the heck? Oh god, oh god, oh god, oh god. It's, oh, it's just an EMP. That is entirely, unless it explodes. I should back up in case it explodes when it's killed. It's, that's a free 225 experience for me. Did it drop anything? If it did, I have no way of knowing. Yeah, I'm gonna take self-discipline for meditate. So it counts as yeah. It doesn't state it, but it causes your cooldowns to come way faster, from what I've seen. And I'll just here's my agility. Because I don't really need I don't need ego, because I'll eventually end up with all the ego I could ever need. Puzzling artifact. Are these guys hostile? I mean, they'll have to cross the area to get to me. These cave spiders are not a real threat. There's my my zealot leveling up. I should probably rename you. Hey, do you want to be my zealot? Do you want me to rename my zealot after you, Alan? Do you want to name my zealot? Oh, I am not. I am not naming it dickhead. Oh. Enno. How you spell that name? I didn't even recognize the O in your name. Yeah, these cave spiders, I can just punch them to death. Or stab them. I think I have a dagger. Where's the other one gone? Ash stained robes. They're probably worth picking up because I'm gonna end up with a lot of ego. Get this fine reaper. I got enough strength to grab random stuff. Does it have anything in it? Yeah, I'll grab it. Oh. Oh, it's just. I got scared for a second. Then I was like, "Oh, that's just from the EMP layer." Ink. Ink's actually. I'm not gonna take all of the ink in the world. Pour it nearby. Yeah, pour it back into the pile. Because the cures are randomly generated, so I might want some ink on my person. Just eventually find a place to like pile it all up. Can I get this? No. Collect liquid. There we go. I was wondering why it wasn't allowing me to pick it up. Guess it's a piece of furniture. Oh, an ink leap. That must be where the ink over there came from. It's Host. Sorry, I can't help but find it funny that the ink weep is hostile to me. Whoops, I mean to leave the map. What are you gonna do? You don't have legs. You can't even like come and face me. Oh, giant oil weep. Oh, an oil weep. Asphalt weep. Man, there's a lot of weeps over here. Oil might actually be worth picking up like as much as I can. Utridic oil. Yeah, they're mixing, unfortunately. Because I might get I believe. So yes, another. There's a lava weep next to an oil weep. That's just asking for trouble. Let's actually collect it. That should be. I'll definitely have to remember this place has those. Holy, how many? How many weeps? This must be a weep covered app. Shrine depicts a significant event from the life of the ancient Sultan Nexer Masp. While leading a small army in dwelling precinct, Sawan Nexer Masp assassinated the Sultan of Qad over an ordinance prohibiting the practice of believing skulls. Excuse me. She won and seized the crown. She was 54 years old. Alright. Got a new location. Another lava weaknesses. Lava covered ashes. Yeah, I was about to say, I'm pretty sure that's going to be me walking into acid if I tried. That's just auto explore. Because otherwise I'm going to have to take a long time to like explore this place manually. It's quite a nice amount of weeps. Especially with the oil and the lava. Those will be useful. I could have probably collected EMPs, but oh, there's books. That's free experience. Well, assuming that my character stops to actually look at it. Yeah, there we go. Yes, I want to take it. Some cider. This is gel ice. Oh no, it's molten wax. I'll just leave it there. Oh! I just noticed that and I was like, that's dangerous. It's actually, I'm just gonna shoot it. Because I do not want that spreading its spores to me. Okay, there we go. It's dead now. I actually got experience for killing it. That's unusual. What the heck is this? Oh, that's a lot of wine. He's shooting me. Oh, that's why I gotta be careful of my companion because they can shoot me multiple times with that bow. I gotta go over here and let my character have a meal. Well, you continue to shoot this guy. It's a bit of a waste of ammo, but oh, I say a bit, and I waste all of it. Oh, I don't even want to get close to that thing. Is this something? Can I collect this? Mm-hmm. Actually, I can manage to attack this thing. Just do want to attack a target. Not bad. Oh, do not attack me! I just freaked out. Oh. Right to attack a target. Attack it. Oh, God, apparently I gotta take the, gotta dominate and have you drop this. And the domination. Let's try this again. No, apparently they're just not gonna go over that thing. Alright, you can take your bow back. Let's examine some of these things. Of course, it's a metaphor in the chair. It wouldn't be something. Ooh. Tattoo gun. Ink is jetted into and under the skin canvas by a needle and rotary motor. I've actually read one of these books. It obviously was just like entirely just like insane babble, but it was fun. Made me laugh, which is the most important thing. Oh, sorry, I'm not talking because I just want to catch my breath right now. Oh, got some bandages. Let's go back to auto exploring. I think I found everything here. Let's go down because I do want to see if this artifact is worth time investment. I'm so glad I can. There's a place to cross that lava. I really hope there's no lava underneath. Oh, apparently I've been covered in. Okay, there are leaks down here. God, that's gonna be obnoxious. Okay, that's another. This is just like puddles of wine, right? Yeah, let's just auto explore. Hopefully my character should. He apparently picked something up by the looks of it. Are you hostile? Yeah, Canyon, where are you? Okay. Let's gang up on this guy. He's dead. Let's continue to auto explore. Just avoid that. I do not have any interest in getting fungal parasites. Ooh, sap. That's not bad. Looks like that container has like 1 gram of something. I wouldn't even worry about it. I won't even worry about it. Rather, max sweep. Man, this is a whole lot of free money just laying on the ground. A alcohol covered book. Any more books? Free experience at the Stilt. Um, arrows. Yeah, it's all worth picking up, I suppose. Let's see if I can kill a cannibal by myself. Yep. Just absolute Weep City. Alright, let's go down again. This area doesn't have much for enemies. I kind of hope it stays that way. I'd really enjoy the free artifact. Oh my god, a water weep? Oh. 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 Oh, shit. Damn. Do I even have any empty water skins? You know what? Drink the honey. Oh, whoops. Yeah, let's just drink the honey over and over again. Till it's empty, because I just want this water before I manage to contaminate it. In fact, let's just pour out the cider as well. Yes, I want to pour out nearby, here, all of it. Ink, same thing. Pour it nearby, all of it. The oil I will actually keep. The oil is actually worth keeping for me. What is this called? Inked spiced wine. Inky spiced wine. Whoa. I think I'm gonna want to clean me and my companion off. Are you covered in anything? No, I am. Clean. Put some water. Let's make sure I am not trudging anything through this water. So I want to keep it pure as long as possible. Oh god, I'm contaminating it. I want to be very careful. Can I command you to stay still? Okay, you stay here. Yeah. Okay. There's a bit of contaminated water. It's pure salt. It's pure salt. What happens if I walk through this? Yeah, salt encrusted. There's enough water that I can clean myself. Just wait a while to make sure it goes away. Clearest air has its velocity continuously reduced by the jeweled sun, contrasted and broke. Okay. Oh, I almost stepped into that. Damn, this is actually just like... This is everything you want out of an early game area. Like, infinite money. Just it's amazing. Yeah, don't have any ammo for that. It's a bit dangerous, what, with the lava and all. I'm gonna actually carefully get back. Oh, Fred, I can just dominate this person. And, can't really see anything. Okay. It's apparently dead. I'm just trying to get this character killed. Can't really see anything, but... Oh, right, I forgot you could just attack yourself. Please. This is the cheesiest way to kill anything in the game. Just having something go full suicidal mode. I'll actually have my companion come along with me. Hopefully, what are you doing? Yes, I doubt it really matters if we contaminate like a tiny bit of that. It's infinite money essentially. Like there's no way I'm gonna be able to carry all this water out. It's almost actually. I'm gonna dominate you. And this is 150 points. Gonna raise their toughness. And I want to get them with cudgel. I want endurance. Yeah, endurance seems good for my tanky companion. At least that's my goal with them. If they die, I'll just dominate some random things while I'm down here. We're just gonna auto-explore. Oh, there's a cannibal. What the heck is that? Luminous Horseshoe. He refused to speak to me. Okay. But not really a threat. Cider Reap. Whoa, okay, Thirst Thistle. What a place to find this guy. It's actually like entirely harmless. Oh god, this. Okay. Change my mind. Not harmless. Not harmless at all. Yeah. They died. There's, I should have been more careful with them, but what can you do? They don't really have anything on their body that I'd want to get back. But them's the breaks. All right. In 5064 BR, a corrupt minister was appointed administrator was appointed minister of dwelling precinct Chuan. He outlawed the practice of hearing the lamentations of one's what? He outlawed the practice of hearing the lamentations of one's foes. Esther, next her mass was forced. He outlawed what was best in life. See your enemies driven before you. To crush your enemies, see them driven before you, and to hear the lamentations of the women, of course. Why? Okay, I need to unlock again. More fresh water. Holy shit. Just actually infinite water, like, no doubt. I don't even need the lava. Like, I just have, like, assuming I can carry it just absolutely infinite water by itself. And oh my god, imagine if I die here to something like this. Am I still bleeding? Imagine if I died to just blood loss here after all that. I would actually cry. I would actually just end the scream and just cry inconsolably. Damn. It's a harp. So, want to be my friend? Yes, you do. Wow. It's actually, this guy is, well, woman is better than, previous. Oh, a status 16. Okay. Okay, that's the way down. Oh god, do not. My new companion might already be covered in spores. Yep. Novel concept. Are you they might get infected. Alright, not dominate. Oh, can't dominate yet. I don't know who's gonna lose. Let's back up. And Mechanibal's already dead. Damn it. Alright, let's dominate you and have you oh god, please. Damn it. How unfortunate. Alright. Become my friend. Fight against your fellows. Yeah, I don't get the experience from the things that I just dominate, but honestly, or not dominate, just beguile. But... Alright, let's just kite them around. Oh, right, I can just start meditating and then end a few turns. By the time it reaches me, I'll already be healed quite enough. Let's continue waiting. Oh, damn it. I just walked into that. I didn't even see. So, it's not good. Well, now I'm infected with swarms. Or not swarms. Spores. Which is almost never good. Oh, this is not somebody I want to kill. Right? Well, they gained a level. This is gonna take my relationship. Okay. I'm wasting so much experience by beguiling these things, but oh god, there's so many. Yeah, there's just so many. I'm gonna keep spinning slime to slow them down. And then just start meditating again. By the time it reaches me, I will have to run. But yeah, getting infested with spores is a small price to pay, to be entirely honest. For all this water, like, no doubt in my mind, this is totally worth what I'm doing. Oh, nice, they didn't even come for me. Oh god, it swapped places. I need to end domination before I get hit. Alright, just wait. I don't really need to pick up these books. I have so much I have so many liquid assets right now. Oh god, I should be careful. Burn. It's just a slow burn, but this will all be worth it eventually. All this effort. Oh. Okay, wait again. Oh god, there's still more. There must be like a centipede spawner. Okay, I'm going to run bravely away. Can't even meditate. Yeah, this tis the life of a weak Esper. Another location, potential location, anyways. Potential artifact. One starry evening in Share, a healthy child was born to the Sultan and the Sumermast steeple. The moment of his birth, a token was taken in every home, and in celebration, the people drank themselves into stupors. The babe was named Sahim, but the people called him Token Born. Cool. Another random secret. Random tidbit. Okay, there it is. Let's look at it. Yeah, finish this step. Locate the historical relic, Lucent Dale Dates gift. So, yes, I would like to level. Ooh, Flaming Ray is good. I'll actually take it. And I'll, yeah, let's take Flaming Hands. Let's upgrade it. Iron lines folded into a head of 6 flanges. It's embossed with fanciful depictions of Admiral. It's actually not awful. It's +1 to ego. I mean, it's not great. Oh, what the heck? Oh, right, I was auto traveling. I was like, why in the world is my character running across the world? Shrine to Baxtermasp, the Woe of Shuan. Shrine depicts a significant event from the life of the Thornton Soldier. Yeah, I mean, it's mostly good for the experience, if nothing else. But yeah, the ego is also worth it. At a remote, I mean, also, have you seen the amount of water that's here? uh, um, at a remote workshop in Hippodrome Precinct, Alania, or Alana, Baxtermass met with a group of electricians and composed an artifact that evoked the presence of a jewel gemstone. She named it Gemstonicus. Gemstonicus. Well, it's worth it because we found a potential artifact location. Like, this is a cast mine layer. Ooh, this is a Reshef secret. Yeah, exactly. That's. I mean, it's better than having to print lava and like having to like go through the hoops that would provide as well. So, but yeah. In 2AR, Rebecca died of glot rot, and her deathbed. And on her deathbed, Seth forgave her and absolved her of sin. He allowed her to be buried in the village of Ezra, outside the gate to the tomb of the Eaters and beneath the shadow of the spindle. Like, just from all these secrets, it's like, just like everything about this site is just amazing. Trying to Nexermasp in 5001 BR. Nexermasp, the Untitled, died of natural causes. She was 79 years old. Did I see this one? Trying to Shupim Tokenborn. Okay, no, I just said that one. Let's continue to auto. Oh, right. My character is worried about this. Yeah, as long as I don't mess up, I'm basically doing great. Yeah, this thing is just free experience. It didn't do anything. What is this? Oh, alright. Yeah, this run doesn't need any more money ever. All I need to do is not forget that this place exists in the first place. Already looked at this, yeah. There might be still more of the map left to explore, so I'm gonna just bash down these iron fences. Yeah, no, it looks like that's it for this area. Now the question is, can I safely get out without without dying? Craft? Not in tinkering. I don't even have the tinkering skill right now. It would be interesting, but I seriously doubt it's. Assemble. Wouldn't it be funny to reverse engineer a freaking water skin? That'd be funny. What do I want? I want all right, let's get cooking and gathering because food is so important in this game. At least right now, because you can basically get spend any abilities from it. Okay. Like I'm not even worried about like contaminating the water because there's just so much of it. There's no way. Like even if I contaminated half of it, I'd still be lucky if I could manage to figure out how to get that all to the surface. Now that oops, stepped off the map. Now that we've got all this way, yeah. I should look at something. Does Flaming Hands? Yeah, melee attacks heat opponents by 88 degrees. That's cool. So, yeah, I did equip it. Flaming Fist. Ooh. I'll move this over to my main hand. Well, I'll move this hand over to my main. I hate how it assumes that you're left-handed. Kind of weird for me. Wine stained. Yeah. Let's see if Tam has anything that I want to buy because I have infinite money. Let's buy this. Nah, I won't. I don't like losing dodge value. Personally, anyways. Buy these trade goods. Damn, is that really worth that much? The heck is wrong with my? I actually have to look. Something wrong with my Ego? No, there isn't. That beaded bracelet is apparently just that expensive. It might also be inflated, but honestly, I can just go back to that area and pick up all that stuff again. So honestly, you can get rid of this wedge. The oil is nice and expensive. Yeah, I'm just gonna buy out all your wonder skins. Actually, I'm not gonna throw my money into the dirt. Well, I'm gonna spend what money I have and like trade for stuff if I can. Let's see. I won't buy the beaded bracelet because I don't think it's worth that. And I don't want to sell any of the books because they're free experience, and I'd like the experience. I need experience more than I need money. Get rid of these Vine Reapers. Yeah, I no longer need to pick up stuff for trade value. I can just throw these. Actually, the full. Nah, I'm not gonna keep the chairs. Now that I think about it. All right, what do I need to eat on even up this trade? Let's start by this. I might not be able to buy this artifact. Yeah. Let's wait. Yeah, I was about to say, like, I could have sworn I had like a bunch of stuff. I do want to sell a tiny bit so I have enough water to get back. Let's let's just get this so I can reach there. Yeah. I should have enough water to reach there. Oh, I have mumble mouth on my feet. Damn it. Now, can I actually... Okay, mumble mouth. Look. Dozens of tiny mouths tensillate the infected skin. Their moist lips pursing with an asynchronicity and panting out prattle. Every so often, cacophony harmonizes into sensible speech. Plus 200 reputation with fungus, and minus 200 reputation with the consortium. Well, let's. I mean, hey, I don't think I had shoes, so. God damn. I'm a horrifying creature now. Let's see what these artifacts are. Let's see what these are. Oh, I have caps lock on. I was like, why in the still have caps lock on? Turn off, please. Exit foam. Oh, my inventory is so. Oh, whoops! God damn it! The amount of times I accidentally use foam is ridiculous. Ooh, a scope carbine. That seems really good. Carbon steel gleams on its solid muzzle. A dented buttstock cuts at a right angle to the shoulder. Multiple ammo used per shot. Multiple projectiles per shot. So, I don't have enough ammo to check to see. Yeah, let's object finder. See if this works. How do I use object finder? Oh, well, how do you work? Never mind. Let's just go down. I should like run into the wine weeps. Wait, let's go back up. It should mention. Yeah, it's not on this floor. All right, there's the wine, inky wine. Whoops, inky wine. Let's just make sure I don't overfill. Let's I might end up with too much inventory space. Wait, don't I have the just sworn I completed the quests to get a recoiler. Apparently I didn't. Oh right, I didn't do the water quest. That's the part that I forgot. Okay, I'm overburdened. Just barely though. I can this there we go. Good enough. Yeah, Tam, I have something you might be interested in called money in the form of alcohol. So, what can I buy from you? With my 310 money. Excuse me. Nothing really, to be entirely honest. I think I think now might be a good time to go to the stilt. I have okay, well first let's pick up a random dude. So somebody tucked away. Okay. You good? Good enough. But, yeah, let's bring this person with us to the 7-day stilt. I'm a nomad, so I don't even need to worry about traversal. What's up? I'm gonna share some secrets with you. In AR2, Rebecca died of glut rot. He moves over the secret with this guy. 250 experience. What about this one? I muse over this secret, 500 experience. Nice. And my farmer levels up. There's gonna be a lot of alphas. Man, usually this is pre-generated. I usually take this 10 gram of water, but I don't even need to look at it. Okay, let's talk to him about this. And 1,000 experience. Once again, my friend levels up. Let's buy this. Let's buy this entire man's set of equipment. And yeah, his is worth more than me. His stuff is worth more than what I offered, so I don't have to worry about whatever. I'm not even paying attention. I'm just like looking at my money. This dude is fully decked out in steel armor. I like to imagine that was his actual equipment that he was supposed to be wearing, and I just sold him enough money to or sold him enough valuables that he was like, yeah, I'll give you the clothes off my back. I'll take your weird artifact. I need to find a merchant with water skins. You wouldn't happen to have water skins, would you? Well, you have steel slugs. I'll buy those off of you. You wouldn't happen to have water skins on you. Yes, you do. Thank you very much. You wouldn't happen to want... one of them. I'm just looking to get as many water skins as humanly possible. Yeah, okay, those are stupidly expensive. I'll trade to grab copper. Famished. I'll be fine, game. Camp. There's a camp over here. Could you please get off the camp? I'd like to eat. Apparently, I got somebody a haberdasher and adopted haberdasher as hands. And there's a purple gel. Oh, look at all that experience. Nice. I'm just trying to make sure that I'm not accidentally doing something. Like I'm not accidentally like tabbing through like me leveling up. Because I did that one time and accidentally took the wrong mutation. Level 9. Let's dominate my friend. They've got 7 mutations. Oh, just actually amazing. Let me check. I just want to test to see if this. Okay, so intelligence does work retroactively. I just wanted to confirm. Future reference. Let's see what we get. Oh. Yeah, I think. Why not? Not perfect. I am going to rank up Cudgel, but I also want Shield because it will help them stay alive. Endurance, help them stay alive, because they're just going to be my tank. Is this... No, I don't think they're even going to use those abilities. Tactics. They don't really sprint. Is Axe where you get charge from? No, where is charge? Such as a basic ability every creature has. I'm not entirely sure. Or is that in tactics? Yeah, charge is here. Alright. Apparently, they've named their armor after something because they leveled up. Tishraru or Tyram. I guess I'll name him after his armor. Oh well. Once I get out, is there anything I want to do before I lose control? Not really. But yeah, this is why I like Dominate. I will rename you to I will name you after your own armor. Oh, whoa. Let's actually try to identify this before I. Yeah, I'm not gonna use. I'm not gonna use that. Yeah. Let's see if I can trade you for anything. Take some missiles off him to give him back. Slate mantle. Ordinary sewn mantle of slate cloth. What am I currently wearing? Oh yeah, my recycling suit. Of course, I can't get rid of that anytime soon. Slugs. Yeah. Right. What about you? You have anything I could buy off you? Not really. I've kind of run out of my trade goods right now. I mostly just need to run around and get more water skins. But now I have 2 people's inventories, so I should be good. Water skin? No. Water skins with honey in them? No. You? No. It's gonna be just a whole lot of me running around looking for merchants with stuff. Oh, good. Yeah, I'm excited. I'm very much excited. Yes, you do. I'm actually gonna get lighter as I spend more and more of my money. Water. And this is what's really gonna be nice is well, just look at this. While visiting an obscure workshop, Dale Dates met with a group of tinkerers and commissioned an artifact that invoked the presence of a shining jasper stone. He named it Brother of Jasper. That's a cool name. It's another potential artifact. 3 of these. Sometime in 4961 BR, after a bout of consumption, Baxtermasp's counselors suggested she abdicate the throne. Instead, she murdered each one of them by trapping them in an hourglass. Wow. That's pretty metal. Deep in Forum Precinct Delatum, J-Rad, J-Rad the D silent, discovered Shuleb Morass, and there she befriended robots and fought for everlasting glory. Okay. And this is one of Recef's secrets. In BR2, the jar widened, and the second trial of plagues afflicted the land. The legs of kith and kin kneeled to iron, and darkness bloomed from the earth, and the sharp dim darkened the sky. Recef walked below the chrome arches and healed the sick. He trans 20 sludge. I know cloning, because eventually I want to have like infinite everything. Because I have a source of money. Okay, Gutmonger. Oh, I don't know what this guy does. I'm just gonna buy it. I'm basically looking to empty my water skins and get more. Yeah, humble pie is what I referred to before. Seasoned with minced meat that's trapped under the crust is a smidge of Yiffer dust. Yiffer dust. Okay. Shaved from the stalk of the eponymous mushroom and finally ground. The whole mushroom is too powerful for a mammalian psyche. Consuming one would obliterate the ego in your moments. But a smidge of dust on a tasty pie can remind one of one's place in the cosmos. Basically, if you don't like your glimmer, eat humble pie. Much as humanly possible to get away from the. Basically, you destroy your mind so nobody comes after you. What? I'm embracing the madness. Or, as I've done before, just as a joke, I dominated an enemy and then made them eat humble pie. Just, just, just as a reference to a. Can't remember the phrase, but like something about making your foes eat humble pie. Ooh, a pistol. But I already have like a powerful gun. All your ammo, because again, I have. Okay, let's see. Okay, you reload the scoped carbine with 24 slugs. That is actually incredible. Oh yeah, speaking of which, I can get in the mutation. So, adrenal control, stunning force. Regulate your body's release of adrenaline. You can increase your body's adrenaline for 20 rounds. While it's flowing, you gain 10 quickness and other physical mutations gain 1 rank. Versus stunning forces, I believe, is another mental mutation. Basically, I'm going to take adrenal control just because I want to avoid mental mutations for now, unless they're really good. Like, if I get precog as a choice, I'm definitely taking it. I'm going to up low power, get lower cooldowns. So I'm definitely going to take rifle skill, because I have a very powerful rifle. Bone rifle. For the purposes of my accuracy, my agility sheet is as if it was 4 higher. Ooh, that is a reason to up my strength by 1. If your chop penetrates, your target is suppressed and can't move. Okay. So draw a bead. Basically, with bow and rifle, you target an enemy by marking them, and then you consume the mark with another effect. So like suppressing fire, they won't move for 3 to 5 rounds. So basically, I mark them and use this, and then I wait until the cooldown for this comes back up, and I repeat the effect. Basically, that's like kiting for me. So that's how I'm going to be kiting my enemies back and forth. It's just like based on like rotating those cooldowns for like until I get like super powerful mental mutations. But still, guns are very useful. Guns will be quite nice. Oh, this is my competition right here. Yeah, I'm starting to empty my water skins, so I'll eventually be able to go back and recollect a bunch. Okay, I'll put the rest. None of you would happen to have. Okay, something I want to buy is what I was going to say, but it appears to be so. Okay, nothing to trade. Nothing I want. You have something to trade. I won't. Actually, I will spend money on this artifact. I don't utilize salves very well. Plus, I also have the defect, so I'll just like turn them into like food ingredients anyway. So I'm not like too interested in the food ingredients right now. So I won't be too fussed. Whoops, stepped on the damage. Huh. Yeah, go. Yeah. See you around. I am going to try to make this run last as long as humanly possible. Thanks for joining me though. I very much appreciate it. Hope this person has a bunch of. What is this? Paraffin generation fees. Oh, that might be from Uber Nostrum. Fine fruit jam. Shield salve. I'll take that. Reason is I don't know. That might be something. I'm not entirely sure. But all right, so I'm gonna leave this still and then go back to the money making place. Sorry if I'm laughing, but my ally is covered in lava, and I can only imagine how funny this is for him, which is not at all, but. Yeah, okay, he survived. He survived. He only got slightly lit on fire by lava. It wasn't so bad that he died. So, oh god, I do not want inky wine. Thank you very much. Pour the inky wine nearby. Yeah, please go away. How many water skins do I have left? And how much water do I have left? Yeah, plenty of both. Oh, that is not, in fact, actual wine. Okay, we're done. Here, once more. Back up. Oh, yeah, this is usually what you look for in Caves of Cut. Is you look for something to break the game. And once you get the game by the metaphorical balls, you run it for all it's worth. But now I'm walking around with what is essentially infinite money in the form of wine. Now I just need to find a method with which to turn the wine into other things. Like, say, experience. By buying this guy's probably not entire stock, because books are very expensive, but we'll see what we can do. Let's actually, I should probably not do that. First, I need to find more. What's this? Okay. I still want to look at your stuff. Bronze ingot is what I'm looking for, actually. Oh. Okay. And now I just need water skins. Just the main problem with this setup is that I need lighter methods of carrying my money. Oh, this is a shield. Not bad, I guess. Oh, that's a mono sludge. Very dangerous, and they combine up to become even powerful versions of that. And basically just doing what I can. I'll probably take a break in about like half an hour. This is a helmet, or what is it? -1 to hit. Yeah, no. Homo Electric, Stormer. No, I'm not interested. Okay, what is this weird artifact, by the way? Flaming Dagger. You wouldn't happen to want a Flaming Dagger, would you? I don't need a Flaming Dagger. Well, I could probably donate it, but not too concerned. Like how they're just walking around with these high explosive missiles. That's what I'm looking for. Can you even afford the wine? Yeah. There we go. Nice. Yeah, I'm honestly curious what I should come back with. If I should just come back with more of this, but it's going to be a lot of busy work, so I might want to take a break before I delve back into just trying to take the game. Everything is worth. Let's see what hats you have. Painted Crimson Hood. This is why you should check everything's inventory because you can eventually get locations. In 4326, ER, Jarad, wife to Selka Crab, the Alana Scourge died of natural causes. She was 108 years old. Yeah. Morgtown is does this give me something? It does. It does actually give you a benefit. So I will rate that for this. Oh, apparently I didn't have enough room for the. I mean, I essentially have infinite money, so I don't really need to cry over spilled wine. Okay, check the graves. Another secret of a chef. At Starfarer's Quay, Rasef consulted with mysterious strangers and learned the secret of the gyre. By cause of the misdeeds of the elders, Saids, and sultans, star beings had levied a curse on Qud. Rasef vowed to make right this wrong and redeem our doomed world. Okay. In the third BR, Rebecca betrayed Rasef by stealing the death mark from the gate to the Tomb of the Eaters. In punishment, Rasef excommunicated her from the Sultan. I believe I already read that one previously. Is this what I think it is? Yeah, I'm actually gonna pick these actually out. Well, no. Let's actually check first. Can I afford them if I sell? Actually, no. They're not worth that much to me. Because they give you a bit of all elemental resistances. But it's a small effect. Let's check what this artifact is, though. Okay, let me be the one to pony up then. Okay, let's wear this. Excuse me. These skin-tight gloves occasionally jolt the hands into performing added strength and dexterity. Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna mark this as important. Mark this is important. Mark this is important, and mark this is important. Yeah. This is supposed to fit. Oh, I don't have any cells. Yeah, that seems worth it. Does this guy have any artifacts? Nah. Also, it's kind of getting hot in my room, so I'm probably gonna have to open my window while I'm taking a break. Once again, I'm just looking for water skins, just because that's what I can fill wine with. You wouldn't happen to. Yeah, I've already been here. I might have circled around already. I'm just gonna blaze a trail over the spiky plants. Hey, nothing I'm interested in. Nothing I'm interested in. Compound bow. Nice. I'm actually gonna buy it for my companion. In fact, let's just go a bit to town. Yep, and I do have enough. Compound bow. Gonna need to get some arrows for this guy, but good for now. Does he seriously not have his shield equipped? Oh, he does. Does he have two? Oh no, I actually checked his inventory. Yep. Let's continue forward. Hmm. Let me test something. If I were to do this, okay. If I were to do this, well, yeah, okay. Let me. Okay, so he does not, in fact. So I did that at a loss. I just wanted to check to see if he would. If I emptied like 60 of his money, he would end up with. End up with a water skin in his inventory because I'm just looking for water skins. Let's look back at the Acre Merchant. Did really not have. Let's look at you. Some here. Yeah, these are pretty cheap water skins, relatively speaking. It's trade one for the other. Anything else I want to do? Not really. Right. Before I even do that, I want to check to see if there's anything else I want to do for this person, rather than holding on to it myself. Yeah, you can hold my trade goods for me. Let me just pour all this stuff out on the ground. Let's just drink this. How do I drink K? Okay. Sorry, I've gone silent. I'm just doing a whole lot of inventory management. Let's see, what does this say? Algal acidic slimy salt. Pretty littered. It's probably like a honey leaf from that area. Let's go back. You'll be fine. You were fine before. Oh, okay, they died. Oh, god damn it. Of course. Did they die with all their stuff? Oh, damn it. This is the problem with having a companion. Sometimes they do stupid shit like this. But it's fine. It's absolutely fine. Like nothing of value was lost. They the only problem now is I don't have a mule. And I'm now overburdened. Alright, I'm going to go upstairs. Wine is probably lighter than water, but actually, like, I just like to know how much money I have. I am going to grab one of these dragonflies. They should be somewhere. Where are you, dragonfly? Okay, let's go over and grab the salt hopper then. Oh, whoops! Did not mean to start fighting salt hopper. You're my ally now. Get used to it. Give. They hopefully can hold all of this water I'm about to give them. Yeah. I'm gonna dominate you. Yeah, they are mentally. Oh, what in the world? Does level 1 stuff, does level 2 stuff. Yeah. But they're level 9, and they're just gonna be my mule for the time being. Yeah, this way I won't have to keep grabbing skins. If I want something, I can just take take their inventory. So yeah, let's go back to Jumpa. I should get lost like 5 seconds away from Jumpa. Oh, whoops. Hey Tam, you wouldn't happen to free stock your inventory, would you? Okay. Let me look at you. Give. Oh, I had caps lock on. Just give me all your stuff. Okay, so hmm. Yeah, I can't actually whatever the world this thing is. Let's take everything else. The yuck fruit. And oh yeah, I can just take these water skins. Radio. Okay, then. You wouldn't happen to be able to use any of this stuff, would you? Let me actually check to see what inventory slots do you have. Okay. Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's not worth having that on because they would need to have those shoes on every portion of the body. Let's make sure I have the. Okay, I have the wire request. Let me actually go down to make sure I've stolen this stuff, because it might have something useful here. Let's get that. Let's get that wire for him. Actually, I think that's where I'm gonna. Oh, it's Well, you can see it. It's a domination. It's a psychic domination, beguiling thing. Usually, I'd grab something. Not well. Currently, I have a Assault Hopper just because I needed a pack mule. But usually, I get another humanoid so I can like fully equip them and have two characters. But I'm actually gonna take a break. Yeah, I'm gonna take a break just because it's getting close to me to eat, time for me to eat food. I died after a generalist, but it will eventually become a Esper. It will eventually get Glimmer. I mean, but yeah, I have Flaming Ray, which I haven't been using. There we go. My stuff was bugged, so I couldn't actually equip my thing, or I couldn't actually see my abilities. But yeah, I'm gonna end the stream and then come back in about half an hour just to give me enough time to like eat, cool down my room because it's hot. Right. Thanks for watching, guys. I'll be back.